Because the 2-minute warning's turned into a 5-minute one. Good morning. Is everybody bright and breezy? I think it went live about 1:15. So, good morning, everybody. How's everybody feeling? Everybody okay? Yeah? Thumbs up? Anybody tired? Who was up till 1 o'clock in the morning?
Not me.
Own up. Yeah, you were tweeting about football, Mr. McRae. So, good morning, welcome. Thank you so much for coming back. Yesterday was just immense, and yet again we've proved that when we talk these things through, we learn loads and they become better because we're doing it together. There is an additional ground rule for today. If we could keep the football conversations out of the room, I'd really appreciate it, Mr. McRae.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd just get that over.
Thank you. Yeah. With us facilitating, that's the new rule. No football.
No football.
No football in the room.
I haven't got a clue. I don't know. I don't do football. It's a total pointless waste of time. I have the microphone. Sorry. So, we've got some people who've joined us today who weren't here yesterday, and we've got some people who were here yesterday who went home at tea time, and we've got some people here who were here yesterday and went home at some time around 9, half 9 last night. Some massive amounts of commitment, personally, emotionally and intellectually, so I can't thank people enough for that. We've got, I think, what's going to be an interesting and challenging day today, where we're going to ask you to be role-playing stuff, we're going to ask you to be testing stuff. My learning from teasing stuff through last night was that we make assumptions that people have understood what we've written in the way and with the intent in which we've read it, we've written it. So there is something that's really important about checking out with people. So how would that actually work? What does that actually mean? Is that what you're really saying? And ask the questions. And actually, Change Guys, you were brilliant yesterday at calling us on all the jargon, and you were brilliant at making it very real. So thank you very much, and I hope that you're going to be able to do that today. And welcome, Catherine. Thank you for coming. And Philippa. I think it's kind that you allowed Philippa to come. So I don't think I'm going to say anything more than that. Am I?
No, you're not. Well, you can, you know.
I can go on forever.
You could go on forever, but don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Safe to Catherine.
Excellent. So yeah, good morning from me as well. Kind of weird. Everybody's ended up on this side of the room today. You've made different choices about where you've ended up. Very confusing. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to tell you, play back to you the changes that we've made to the document, because that reflects what we think changed as a result of yesterday's conversation. And then the people, and we're so grateful, so a number of people stayed to help us do rewrites last night. So then I'll pass it out and give people a chance to comment, to check that I've captured it. It's worth saying, partly because I'm kind of a perfectionist, and there's definitely still typos in there, and you'll see that there's still some drafting notes in there, because the stuff that we're going to do today is going to mean that we're going to do another update to the document later on. So it's not finished. But the things that we felt needed to change following yesterday's conversation, there were kind of 4 things. What the first thing was that we wanted to put in more. The group felt we needed to put in more about governance, but we needed to put in something that said that we actually have to start that conversation with the board members about exactly what their role is going to be. So what we haven't answered that. But what we've said is that in the next few months, we need to start the conversation with board members about exactly how they're going to work with NHS Citizen. And that's going to be part of making this a bit more real. And so before we have the next sort of design day, we want to have started that conversation. And hopefully you'll see that's reflected in section 1.4. You'll find it in. So the next thing that we did is that we got a lot of feedback that the term human relations wasn't really working for people, and so what we've done is we've changed it to relationships and culture change. So the point of that is that we're trying to say that actually, human relations wasn't feeling like it made sense to people. So human relationships is about making it clear that this is all about the way in which people work together, and the culture change point is about changing the way in which we work together. So I think we were quite pleased with that shift. The next thing that we've done is that we've added a section which we called persistent questions. Now, this is a very draft section because not a lot of people have seen it yet, but we felt that there's some questions that we always get asked at these events, and they're good questions. So the question about Health Watch is a good question. The question about digital access is a very good question, and there's a number of them in there. And what we've tried to do is to put in an answer to those questions as it feels right now. But I expect that section will need editing, and so so if you've got comments on those questions particularly, make sure they get captured today, and we'll put them up on the wall. The next thing we did is that in the Discover layer, in the Discover space, is that we talked a little bit more what offline Discover looks like. So we tried to explain about, because actually Discover feels very digital, we tried to explain what an offline Discover might look like a little bit. And then the last big change that we did was that we've made sure that we've referred to access and inclusion in each of the sections. So we've done an organising thing at the beginning, just talking about this is our approach to this. That's gone into the relationship section. But what we've tried to do in each of the layers is say this is how we think this particular bit of the system will deal with those issues of access and inclusion. I'm sure it's not perfect yet, but we've tried to make sure it's in there, so we get comments back on that. Yeah, good. So the last thing was actually we didn't really change anything. But actually, we had a very long conversation about the relationship between Gather and the Assembly, and also we talked a lot about the way in which the Assembly would actually run. And I think that actually, what Olivia was saying is that I think what we found is that what was something that had been quite clear in our heads wasn't coming across well on paper. So what we're going to do is we haven't edited those sections. We've had the conversation to tease out that confusion. We're going to do the tests on Gather and the Assembly today, and then we hope we're going to be able to rewrite those sections in a way that makes more sense to people. So that's what we were doing, and as I say, there are still quite a few typos in there as well. The jargon busting wall needs to go in there as well. We'll be adding that in later because we weren't feeling very we weren't up to defining all the terms last night, I have to confess. Before I go any further, does anybody who was involved in the redrafting want to add anything? Are you happy that I've captured what we did? I'm seeing nods around the room. Okay, yeah. Need to get your microphone.
Yeah. Just need to find out.
Thank you. The only one I mentioned to Simon this morning was where it said taking things that are urgent to the board, and because it could take 6 months to a year, it really wasn't clear.
Yeah.
So I've spoken to Simon this morning. Simon's explained it, that there could be urgent things going on in the NHS that we kind of bring in, and once that's explained, then that'll be a lot better, because if we take something that's urgent, it could be another year before we get it there.
Okay, so what I'll do, so I'll just make a note that it will go in the questions around the board behaviours, but I'll make sure that we capture the urgency thing in there as well. And Simon's you've got that to capture. Yeah. Anybody else from the people who heroically stayed eating pizza and writing last night?
Catherine, thank you, Olivia. Just a minor point, page 11. How will it be different to other groups and structures? Mm-hmm. I think you've captured it well. But the general impression is that the overall system is not working as well as it could be. If you remember, we were on about improvement, aspiration, ambition, and I think we need to get away from the negative start to a positive, our ambition is. And then something about VCFS sector I know you're mentioning stakeholders. Voluntary community faith sector, however, we mentioned that in there. You've got stakeholders, a new kind of relationship. That'd give a good commitment to work with the voluntary sector.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the point of the improvement, if you could have a look at the start of section 2, not right, you know, when you've got a minute, because we did put stuff in about learning and best practice into the beginning of section 2, but I can make sure it's in there too. So what I was going to do now is just to open this up and see if anybody had any more general reflections on yesterday, or any ideas that you thought it was important that we carried through into today's work. So before we leave yesterday behind, I know we'd reflected a little bit at the end of the day. Dawn.
Just before we do that, sorry, the thing I forgot to do was introduce Anna.
Oh, yes.
If you want to give us a wave. So Anna's at the back over there. Anna's going to do a bit of a graphic record and to try and bring this 40-odd page document into a sort of a graphic description of what the different, and particularly thinking about how do we describe what the different spaces look like in a more visual way. So if at any point today you want to go and have a chat with Anna, she's going to try and capture today's conversations on this wall at the front, and she's going to try and do the visual representation of what the whole thing looks like on the wall at the back. That's only a small challenge.
I'm in total awe of Anna. Excellent.
Cool. So,
Dawn, sorry.
Dawn.
Morning again. Well done for that last night. Jeez. I had a lovely Chinese, by the way. Anyway, the one thing that got me yesterday was I was playing the role of the patient. I'm really good at that one. And one thing I found was, although I initiated the conversation, it pretty soon ended up moving away from me and over my head. So it ended, and it didn't feel any different to the way it is now. So everybody else went off sort of like discussing what to do and left the patient behind. And I've got this horrible feeling that unless you're very careful and make sure there are safeguards in there, we're going to do exactly the same thing. That's just my one worry on it, and I think you've got to make sure the patient's voice in this has to be heard, because you've all got to remember, the only reason we're all here is because of the patients. Or am I wrong? I mean, you're a self-powering body, or, you know?
And that was powerful in the role play yesterday morning. It happened in our group over there, where we ended up with the people like me in suits having a conversation, and the people like you as a patient kind of almost having your back turned on.
Exactly. You turned your backs on us, and every single one of us who played the patient.
Oh, sorry.
Every single one of us who played the patient, exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
It happened. You know, we were sat down, equivalent of being in a wheelchair, and it said, there, we know what we're doing.
Cool.
Up to there, and then Camilla.
Yes.
It's just an extension of what.
But you do have to point it at your mouth.
Is looking at the role of the board, asking what they want or how they see the role.
Yeah.
It would be worthwhile us having some ideas of what we would want the function of the board to be, so that there could be a dialogue. It's not just listening to what they say they're going to want.
Yeah.
And it's an extension of the patient's, citizen's voice going all the way up to the top.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And I think one of the things I think we will do is that we've got more regional events coming up, and that the questions that have arisen about the board stuff, I think, could go very well to those events in advance of talking to the board, so that it goes as a shaped conversation. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call on Camilla, then on Tim, and then Camilla and then Tim.
I just wanted to check with Dawn, actually. Did you feel as if the process, the whole day, sort of mirrored your experience of being a patient? That by the end of the day, I was just trying to work out what you were saying. By the end of the day, you were feeling like you were left behind by this process that was running away from you. Yeah.
Yeah, to a large degree. I mean, I can fight my own corner, so I'm not too bad. But the one thing I found was, if I put myself and thought, right, I'm in a wheelchair, I can do very few things, the whole thing just left me behind. You know, I mean, I obviously observed and took on board what was happening. But again, what's happening is becoming an intellectual exercise, I think, at the moment, which is leaving the patient out the loop at the moment. I mean, I don't know how boards work and everything else. I haven't got a clue, because I'm not party to that level of governance, if you like. I'm talking about purely as a patient, and surely this has got to be what it's about. You know, the fact that we know that you can section certain things off as a patient, and it's always the same sort of way of dealing with it. I think you said that yesterday. Very much follow a set pattern on how to deal with certain things, but with no representation. And I think that's been the problem all the way down the line with the NHS, is it's got more complex, the patient gets left behind. And yesterday, to me, was a paramount thing. You know, that there was no way I could stay late last night, so I had no involvement in it. You know, because I was too tired and I needed meds. And, you know, late at night, I can't do what you guys were doing. I just can't. So, again, it's all up to the people in suits, if you like to use it like expression. But the people, what did they say yesterday? The usual suspects to write the whole thing. And you get left behind. Not intended, but I think that's what happens.
There's a really interesting conversation about you, because usual suspects was a phrase that came up a lot, and and actually everyone felt that they hated the phrase, and nobody actually felt like a usual suspect, and we went back and we talked about the way, because the phrase actually came from the fact that, you know, sort of institutions can be really lazy about choosing who to interact with. So they have a group of usual suspects that they choose to interact with. And actually that's very, very different to active citizens who choose to participate. And we want to try and make sure that what we're supporting is the active citizens who choose to participate rather than the laziness of the usual suspect thinking. But it's quite difficult to separate that. And I think we're still working on that.
Yeah, but we're not getting it.
Sorry.
We're not quite getting it.
Yeah, no, I agree. So Tim, and then there, yes, and then back to you.
It was just quickly to pick up the point the gentleman there made about board roles, board behaviour. In the open space discussion on accountability, the group came up with some suggestions for specific promises or commitments that the board might make about how NHS Citizen will work and how they will react to it.
Brilliant.
So from the notes of that session, there are some specific suggestions that we would like to suggest to the board, because it might help them establish their thinking about how we're all seeing how this develops.
That's absolutely fabulous. So what we'll do is we'll draw that out of the notes from yesterday and make sure we don't have to repeat that. So you've got...
Yeah, I just wanted to qualify what's meant by the phrase usual suspects. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's laziness on part of the organisation. It's just sometimes it does tend to be the same people who attend the same sort of meetings and are comfortable in certain groups, and it takes an effort on both the part of the organisation and on behalf of the community to actually turn up to meetings that might be held in arenas that they're not comfortable with, or that they don't feel that they are inclusive or something like that. So that, I think it's much broader than just being insulting to people that do commit to regular meetings, without which a lot of groups couldn't function.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. Because I think that the usual suspects conversation is a fascinating one, because it's a term that gets thrown around all the time, but I don't think we've got time to get into it right now. Sorry.
I think the only thing I would feed in from Twitter yesterday was a very clear message. Let's not use the phrase usual suspects, because it's about valuing people's contributions, but looking beyond those. And how do we support people to participate in much broader and deeper ways?
Yeah. So let's not be lazy ourselves with the language. We took it out of the document. I'm going to say it was Joe and then Steve, I think.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I wasn't able to be here yesterday, but I've been involved in earlier conversations, and so I came to this document completely cold at 5 o'clock this morning, and I love it. I really like it, and I'll tell you why. It reads like it is a work in progress, and it has been created with good intent, but with lots of questions. It doesn't duck difficult questions, but I think that makes it really fresh. But it does. I mean, on my one that I've always run, I thought the description of why is NHS Citizen different? Why is it different from parliamentary accountability? Why is it different from... I thought it was brilliant, absolutely nailed it for me. I said, okay, this is why it's new. And I think we should keep that ethos. I think you should keep that ethos about what you're doing. And so because And also, I think the one thing about this as well is we shouldn't be afraid of saying we don't know. We literally don't know how this, and nobody knows because it's never been tried before. Yeah. But give us, give us, we know the values that underpin it. Yeah. We know the structures. Let's see what happens. And I think the board might be up for that. Because, and if we needed to use an analysis, use change day, NHS change day. Nobody thought it would work. What was it? Well, we'll give it a try and see what it works. So that's what I'd keep. I would keep this real. It's got a really fresh, young.
Energy.
Sort of, it's got something about it, and I really wouldn't, but without ducking the difficult questions.
I thank you. Yeah, well, and that's a big thanks because there's a lot of people have participated in helping us to write that and to put that content together. So that's a big compliment to everyone who's been involved. One of the things which I noted is that a number of people have said to me that the longer document doesn't get over the energy of the process. And when we rewrite the summary document, the short piece, I'm going to try and bring that out a little bit more and just to make it a little bit more exciting, because we're really excited by this and we're possibly not translating it into text at the moment. But actually I'm hoping that Anna will be able to solve that problem with glorious pictures as well. But yeah, thank you. Steve, he's been queuing. You've been queuing for a question. Yeah.
One very quick question. It concerned me. I thought about it a lot last night. When I was involved in the funding at the end, and we didn't come to any conclusion, and I think it's most important that a conclusion is made to who funds this group, and how it, not just who funds it, but in the conditions that it's funded. Yeah. Because if NHS England are going to fund it, then they are funding something, and it could be seen as a bribe. Yeah. And that's not what we want. But if we are funded by NHS England, it's got to be totally and utterly transparent. Yeah.
I think that's a really, really good point. One of the things we were very conscious of is that we haven't worked really on the section which is right at the end about the support and the infrastructure. Who are the people who are going to be helping to make this happen and all that kind of thing. One of the suggestions I'm going to be making to the rest of the team is that in our Bristol event, our next big design day, is that we actually focus on questions like that. So we switch this around a bit. So which you'll all be invited to, obviously, either physically or on the webcast. So so it's a good point, but we want to spend some proper time on it. Yeah, definitely. I think gentlemen hiding behind the pillar back there, and then Dag, I think you had another point. Yeah.
Basically, a year ago, the amputee charities had a meeting with Norman Lamb, the care minister, who had two of his senior civil servants there and instructed them to consult with patient reps and deal with things because they hadn't been doing it before. And the only other thing to remember is that we've also got the NHS Constitution that everything's got to marry up to now.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a legal document.
Yeah, so that's the point about the Constitution. It's another thing that we probably need to bring out in the drafting a bit better, because we've got the links in there, but we're not really signalling we're not making it very clear. So yeah, that's a very good point.
We did strengthen it last night. Wherever Kate's gone, I can't actually see her. Kate's there. To say that it will be framed around the Constitution, so we strengthened that language in there as well last night.
Yeah. So if you can have a read of that, that would be really helpful. Dag, does anybody else have any questions after Dag, or are we going to move on to the next? Okay, so you, last question.
Wow. Dawn, I think it's a response to Dawn. When I looked at it originally, it was a difficult document to read, and I'm very clear it didn't have enough co-production stuff to put patients driving the agenda together. And what I found towards the end of the day, and we did have a number of service members, I classify myself as an organisation, but a father, a carer, etc., like we all do. So I felt a lot more engaged, and I think the one thing I took away was it seems to be a very good two-way process, and I think David picked on it earlier. It's not being told at or talked to, it's a bit more up and down, and I think that's a good thing to do. If it's about patient groups having a read through it, it was my question, perhaps after the consultation, that's the way to do it locally, and our organisation's happy to help. We're a user-led organisation, to proofread it and go through members and validate that. But I think you're right, it's a journey, isn't it? as long as...
Hang on, nobody in the big wide world can hear you, Dawn, without a microphone.
Sorry, Tom. It sounds like I'm not for it. I'm very excited by it. I really am. I think it's... Nobody's really thought the full implications through of this. Yeah. It can be utterly game-changing for the NHS. It really can. But we've got to also make sure it includes... That's all I'm saying is too many patients, too often, or the representatives are treated as secondary to the process. And I think you've got to remember who's primary.
And I think that's really loud in terms of thinking about the relationships piece and what we think about behaviour change and culture change.
So I'm going to wrap up here. Sorry, Kate. Yeah.
It's just a very quick one. What's coming out of the conversation to me is that yes, the inclusion of patients is vital, but I'm also concerned about the people outside this work, back in the local areas. They don't know any of this that's going on. You can talk to no end of people. Is there some way that we can start to develop a PR promotion of NHS Citizen that comes away from this?
So we've actually got massive participation so far in terms of people know the name. Well, a lot of people do. Given that it doesn't exist yet at the moment, this is something that we're creating. It doesn't exist. There's nothing. You can't go to it, but you can come to something like this. I'm hesitant that ramping something up before we've designed it, before we've tested it, and doing it in this iterative way, does it matter that not everybody's heard of it? At this stage of the game, I don't think it does, if I'm honest. I think this is about a slow and gradual build where we bring people along with it and we build it together. So we don't have anything big to launch. We've got a heck of a lot of work to do over the next few months.
No, I'm not suggesting a launch. I'm suggesting that we don't fall into the usual trap of the NHS of suddenly dropping a new initiative onto the population. There has to be, I'm not saying promotion, just letting people know that it's happening. And that's possible to be done across our regions. Our regional senates need to be used in this.
So one of the things that we've been doing organisationally is that when we're going out and doing regional events, we're trying to get more structured about the way in which we sort of map the area and we contact all of those kind of bodies. So I hope that actually just in the way in which we're promoting the events is going to start to have that effect, because I think Olivia's right. There is nothing to launch. There's nothing to make a big, and also it's quite a big campaign like that be very time consuming. What we're trying to do is to land in an area. So in the next couple of months, we're going to be in Liverpool, in Cambridge, and in Bristol. And we'll go into those networks and we'll make sure, and we'll do as much promotion as we can about those events in order to make those as accessible as possible. I am going to move this on now because otherwise I'm bad facilitator going over time. There's just two things. I'm going to leave you two observations, because one is that I don't think you're being negative at all, and I think that there's a big difference between the fact we all share the intent of making sure the patient is the heart of this. That doesn't mean we've succeeded, and I think we have to keep challenging ourselves. And so as we go through the test today, how does it feel to be a patient? Do you feel that this is a genuinely open process that you can participate in? And that's always a good question. So so don't ever feel that we think it's being negative, because if we don't answer that question, we haven't succeeded. The other point I want, is that I think that one of the things here is that because we're having to work on bits of the system separately, we've not actually put the whole thing together, is that at the moment we don't know, when we're thinking about the assembly, we're not thinking about, but I can trust that Gather has done this, or that we can trust that Discover has found the conversations. So just when you're thinking about this, remember that it is intended to work everything together, including relationships and culture change. And that actually part of this is that in order to make a whole system work, you've got to build a whole system you can trust. So while we're working on individual bits of it, it's quite hard to think that no one bit exists in isolation. So it's a difficult thing to keep in our heads, but hopefully today, while we start to work through two bits of the system in parallel and always thinking about the culture change and the relationships, hopefully we'll start to see how all of this can start to fit together. That's what we want to get out of today. So fingers crossed, and I shall hand back to the objectives. Oh, you want me to go through those, don't you? Okay, so, and that actually, I was kind of doing that. So today, we are going to test Gather. What that means is that we're going to actually run you through the 5 stages that we think make up the Gather process. So we're going to assume that Discover has done its job and it's found some issues, and that was a bit of the conversation we had yesterday. And then we're going to test whether or not we can run through these different stages, and by the end of it, we've got something that we feel happy goes to the assembly meeting, which we're also going to test. So we're going to do some role playing, and we're actually going to see what happens when you take an issue through these 2 processes. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we're going to stop and think and say what worked, what didn't work, and start to identify where you think we need to spend the most time on the design next. So either, actually it'll be somewhere in between, but either the 2 tests will be fine, you'll say job done, go and do something else, or more likely you'll come back to us and say, well, this bit worked really well, but this bit needs to change. So it's all that kind of feedback. We're also going to reflect on the last 2 days and then start to think about the next events. I think it's worth saying what we're not going to do is really get into the issue which we're using to test the Gather and the Assembly. So we've got a really fascinating issue for you. Which came up from the board yesterday, so thank you for that. Yeah, but what we're not going to do is we're not going to discuss the issue, we're testing the process. It's going to be quite difficult because you'll want to talk about the issue, but try it, for our sakes, if you could possibly keep it on the process as much as possible, we'd be really grateful. Okay? Thank you very much. You'll see me later.
Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to test the Gather stage. Now, one of the things I want to make clear about this is we're not testing it in a kind of real-life test. What I want to get out of this is how it feels, or how you want it to feel, and how you want to experience the discussion. So as a quick reminder, before I go through the different bits of it, the purpose of Gather as a whole is to take an idea that someone has said, I think the NHS ought to be talking about this, and stuck a flag in the ground, through a process where people can talk about it, where people can think about what other information they have that they can use to get to a decision on it, where they can work out what they would want to say to the board or to other parts of the NHS, and they can reach a conclusion and send their idea off to the right place. So from the start to the finish, that's what we're trying to do. And we've defined it, if we can go to the next slide, Simon, as 5 stages. Yeah? So just to talk these through very quickly, and I'll talk them through in a little bit more detail in a moment. The first stage is flag. Someone says, here's what I think we should talk about, and sticks a flag in the ground. The second stage is collect. So that person then says, who's with me? Who else wants to talk about this? What evidence is there? What things do we need to know to make this a really good conversation? And then if you have enough people to have a good conversation, if you have the evidence you need, then you say, right, let's discuss this. What do we all think? That's the third stage. What do we all think? And that's a process of discussion that might be online, it might be offline, it might be a bit of both. And we're trying to collect all of the discussions together in this Gather space. So when that discussion has come to an end, or has had a good run, then you say, okay, what are we really saying? You know, what are the options? What are the positions that are coming out of this? That's the refine stage, where you go back to the original thing that was asked, and you say, well, actually, what are we really saying? What are the choices that we've got to make here? Because you've got to remember, particularly if this is going to the board, you're talking about asking some very senior people to spend some time on your issue. So you want to make sure that your issue is phrased in a way that makes sure the board can understand it quickly and can see what you mean. And finally, the last stage is, well, where now? What happens next? You know, and that's the direct stage where you send it to the right part of the NHS, or back into the NHS Citizen system, or out into the community, or wherever it fits best. And if it goes into the NHS, you say, well, I need you to tell us the answer to this in a month, or in 2 months, or whatever seems right to you. Now, that's the process as a whole. I'm not going to take questions on it now, because at each table, we're going to go through a couple of those stages. So I'm going to ask the 4 facilitators for the tables to go and choose a table to sit at. And then I'm going to go through the stages in a little bit more detail, ask the questions that I want you to think about at each stage, and then I'll tell you where you can sit if you want to be part of those conversations. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, do you want to sit over there, Catherine? I like it. Fine. Catherine is over here. So if you want to talk about the flag stage and the collect stage, right at the start of the process where the ideas come in, then you should go and join Catherine. And the things that I'd like you to talk about in that stage, if you could do the next slide, thank you. In the flag stage, I want you to think about, well, what's the scope? When should we say, sorry guys, this is not for NHS Citizen? It's really easy on some things to work out what's not for NHS Citizen. If I put in a complaint about how, I think that planning permission ought to be granted for a new block of flats, that's not to do with NHS Citizen. But what if I put in something that was about social care, or about how social care and the health system were working with each other? So one of the things I'd like people to think about in the flag stage is what's the right scope. Then the second thing is, how would you want to be able to flag an issue? If you had something that you really thought the NHS ought to be talking about, what would be the easiest way for you to make that known, and how would you want to do that? So what are the routes? Would you like to be able to put it online? Would you like to be able to write to somebody? Would you like some help in framing your question and putting your question in the right words? So if you want to think about those issues, go and sit with Catherine. Second stage, collect. That's the stage. Cheers. That's the stage where people say, "Who's with me?" Where you're trying to find all of the people and evidence that can go with that conversation. I've got a few questions on that as well. So if you want to talk about that stage, you can be with Catherine, who's talking about the very start of the process, or you can be with Olivia. Where's Olivia? With Olivia, who's talking about the kind of second and third stages. So one of those two tables if you want to talk about this. And here the questions are, how do you judge the quality of an audience? We talked a bit about this yesterday in the open space. Sometimes 12 people having a really important conversation to those 12 people is much more important for the NHS than 1,000 people having a conversation. So how do you judge the quality of the audience that you've got? How do you work out whether it's a really good quality issue, a good quality audience? What's the evidence you'd like to see? So the collect stage is not just about bringing people together, it's about bringing evidence and information together. So we have got some evidence on the issue that was put forward, which was about making sure that mental health services are not second-class services. So we've got some evidence there, and take a look at it. What do you think of it? Do you want it to be presented in a different way? Does that work for you? What other sorts of evidence would you want to see? How do things work for you? Next question is, how do you make sure that that's trusted evidence? Because actually, as you see if you use the internet at all, there's all sorts of rubbish out there. There's plenty of stuff that looks very scientific and looks very informed and very accurate, but actually is just nonsense. So how do you judge the quality of evidence? How do you make sure it's trusted? And finally, and I need to explain this word, how do you prevent astroturfing? Now, astroturfing is a phrase that you use in politics to mean pretending that there are lots of people who agree with you. So getting all of your friends to sign up with accounts and say, I really agree with this person. Yeah, not real people, not who really have that opinion. So the reason it's called astroturfing is astroturf is fake grass, and it's pretending that there is a grassroots movement behind you. So how do you prevent it? How do you make sure that NHS Citizen can tell when someone is really honestly saying something and when they're just, supporting their mate because they've been told to? So if you want to talk about those two, first two stages are with Catherine, second and third stage with Olivia over there. The third stage is discuss. What do we all think? How does the discussion run? And then the questions I want to talk about here are, if you're the person who's planted that flag, if you want to really talk about an issue, how are you going, what help do you need to make that a really good discussion? Because we've all seen on newspaper comment pages, even in person, that sometimes discussions can go really off the rails. They can be really unpleasant, they can be very nasty, they can have lots of hostile conversation in them. So how do you make sure that it's a good quality discussion? How do you, as the person who's running that, feel you need to be supported? And similarly, what are the house rules? How do you make sure that people aren't breaking those rules? And what rules do you set to make it a polite conversation? And finally, as something we talked about yesterday as well, How do you make sure it's not just the people who are really good with words, or the people who are really, who are really kind of able to express themselves well, who dominate? How do you make sure you've got equal access and equal participation? So if you want to talk about those issues, if you want to talk about that, you join Olivia over on this table here, or you join Camilla, who's going to pick a table that isn't Olivia's table. That one. You join Camilla on that table. Wherever you want to sit, but just, yeah, so that one, that one. So if you want to talk about that, then Olivia will be talking about it, Camilla will be talking about it. Fourth stage, refine. What are we really saying? How do we present our ideas? What are the options? What are the choices that we've got to make? Yeah? The questions I want you to think about here are, whose job is it to pick? If you've had a really good discussion about something, what does it, who's the person who makes the choice as to what you say to the board? What if there are lots of choices? What if there are all sorts of things that you could say? How do you make those decisions? Who makes that choice? Is it the person who planted the flag, or is it someone else? Second question, what information do you need, if you're taking part in that discussion, to work out whether it's a good idea or not? Yeah, so plenty of people can come up with ideas, but sometimes they're not really based on reality. Sometimes they're just like a brilliant idea that doesn't really work. How do you spot those? Because you don't want to take an idea to the board or to put an idea into the NHS that would harm it or that would do damage. So how do you make that not happen? And finally, if there are lots of choices, and there will be, because if you imagine a question like the one we're looking at today, about parity of esteem, about making sure that mental health services are not second-class services, there's not just one answer to that. There are loads of answers. So how do you make a choice between those answers? What if there are lots of equally good answers? How do you send that to the board? So that's refine. And if you want to talk about refine, you can join Camilla on this table here, or you can join Simon on this table here. Because Simon is talking about the very end of the process. Simon's talking about the stuff that might go into the Assembly, or the stuff that might go into other parts of the NHS. So he's also talking about the fifth and final stage, which is direct. So with direct, thank you, with direct, and on Simon's table, the questions I'd like you to think about are, who picks where it should go? What's the right place? How do you know what the right place is? And who chooses where it goes? Who chooses, in particular, what goes to the Assembly and what doesn't? That's a really important question, because if there are 50 issues that the Assembly could look at, how do you choose the ones that it gets? Second question, how do you set what a timescale is for response? How do you say to somebody, we need it to be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 1 week, 4 weeks? How do you choose that amount of time that you're giving people to respond? And finally, how do you want to be told that someone's responded? Because everyone's been saying, and this is a really important point, that you've got to close the loop. You've got to say, you asked us, the NHS has to say, you asked us this, and here's our answer, and this is what we're doing. But how do you want to find that out? What's the best way to get that response? So those are the questions that we'll be talking about at Simon's table. So just to reiterate where you're going to need to go if you want to talk about different things. Over here, with Catherine, talk about the start of the process. Talk about how ideas come in, talk about what you do with them, talk about how you gather people together to talk about them. Over here with Olivia, talk about the evidence that you're bringing, talk about how you have how you collect the people and the evidence, but also how you have the discussion. What do you talk about? How do you bring in different sorts of voices? That's Olivia's conversation. Over here with Camilla, talk about the discussion, but also talk about how you get from the discussion to an answer. How do you manage that discussion process? How do you get something out of it at the end? And over here with Simon, talk about the very end of the process. Talk about how you come up with your choices and how you send them off to the right place. So you can move around during the session, like an open space. If you feel like you're not contributing or not enjoying where you are, move. And also, no tourists. So do please go and join the table that you want to start at. I'll be wandering around if you've got any questions. Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you very much. Sorry, just one thing. Simon's actually going to take his group to room 2, so that we don't have too much chatter in the room, so people can't hear. So if you want to go to room 2, if you want to join Simon to talk about the end of the process, stages 4 and 5. Thank you.
Okay, folks, welcome back to the webcast at Leeds for the NHS Citizen workshop. The room here is still busy working away on thinking through how the gather layer of NHS Citizen could work in practice, what are the practicalities that we need to make happen for that to work. But we thought we would just grab a couple of folks here in the room to talk a little bit about their experiences in interacting with the NHS and what today and yesterday the workshop at Leeds has told them. So I'm very pleased to welcome and introduce you to Glenys Goodwill, who's a participant here in the workshop. Glenys and I were joking earlier that you were saying you wish you'd worn, because I only collared you about an hour ago to see if you'd be willing to do this, Glenys, and you were saying you wish you'd worn your T-shirt to advertise your Lego building of Durham Cathedral. Do you want to plug that a bit, because that's a great bit of work that you're doing?
We are trying to save up a lot of money to improve the facilities at Durham Cathedral, partly to give the story of Durham Cathedral, but also we're calling it open treasure. There's a lot of stuff that we've got put away. For instance, we've got 3 copies of the Magna Carta. Now, I don't know whether they're all originals or whether we just had the one original and there was nothing on the telly one evening and one of the monks thought, oh, I'll do a few more copies. Anyway, so what we're doing is building a Lego copy of Durham Cathedral. The tower will be about 5'7" tall, and the whole length of it is about 12 foot, so it's absolutely enormous.
Fantastic. And so that's got nothing to do with NHS Citizen, but I just wanted to give Dennis a chance to plug this work, because Durham Cathedral is a fantastic building, and this is to raise money for the cathedral?
Yes. We've got a Heritage Lottery Fund grant, but you've got to put your own 2 penneth in.
Quite right too. It's co-production.
Yes.
Designing things together, doing things together. Okay, so Glenys, you get involved as a layperson on various organisations.
Yes.
So just would you like to sort of tell the audience watching a little bit about your experience as a layperson on the groups that you are involved with, and what that's like for you as a layperson?
Well, I'm on the public liaison groups of 2 at the moment, and a 3rd one very soon. The 2 existing ones are the British Thoracic Society. I'm interested because I've got asthma. Giving the patient's point of view to the likes of the doctors, so that you've got a patient opinion being put in. And similarly for the Society and College of Radiographers. I've been doing them both for about 2 or 3 years now. Anyway, but next week I've got a new organisation. I shall be part of the BMA, British Medical Association, Public Liaison Group Committee. I forget which one that's called. So I don't know anything about that yet, but...
So we were joking earlier that you're in danger of becoming one of the usual suspects.
Yes, and I'm quite happy to be called a usual suspect, although I know a lot of people complain about it terribly.
And you've got a career background in information.
Yes.
I understand that you were a librarian within the NHS.
The last 3
previously.
places were in the NHS.
So do you want to say a little bit about what you see as being the importance of good information to sort of help inform making decisions? And I'm just thinking a little bit in the back of my head about NHS Citizen and what the importance will be for getting good information and good data into that process.
Well, if you don't have good information, you can't work. End of story. I mean, the way they're getting rid of libraries, because, you can just use Google. Yes, you can get a lot of data through Google, but you don't get information. And that's the difference that we librarians make. Information is key to making proper decisions. But, of course, like everybody else, I could give the same piece of information. mean, you can just imagine the same information provided by The Guardian and the Daily Mail being... So you've got to allow for bias as well in how something is presented.
Absolutely. So have you been able to reflect at all how, because you've just been having a discussion as part of the thinking about how the gather process will work potentially within NHS Citizen. Have you got any sort of reflections or thoughts about how how NHS Citizen could bring good quality information into the process so that it'll help people to understand issues better, to pull their sort of recommendations together to put it forward back to the NHS. Have you got any reflections on how important information and good quality information will be within that NHS Citizen process?
Yes, very important, but I wanted you to think of something like a spider's web, not a hierarchy. That it isn't just the little ones giving information to the next layer and the next layer and the next layer. That it's a spider's web linking with the next spider's web, linking with the next spider's web. I'm not describing it very well.
That sounds very good to me. So it's a sort of a network of information.
Network of networks.
A network of networks. Yeah. So how might that work within? Have you got any thoughts about how that might work within NHS Citizen? How you might corral that information?
You probably need to combine it. There's going to a certain extent, you've got to have hierarchies, but that it perhaps sucks it up and puts it along and then drops it down into the next network. But you're going to have channels. I suppose online is going to be the easiest, so that you've got ideas as well as information being cross-fertilised between the networks.
And do you have any so I suppose it's about, as you say, making those channels, making those connections to allow information to
so
get
that
to...
as long as you've got an overall network that people know they can give the information to, for it to get to the next group of people.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So do you have any reflections on how there's different types of information, isn't there? There's sort of patient experience, there's people's own experience of the NHS care, there's medical data, there's demographic and sort of statistical data. Do you have any sort of thoughts about how all those different types of information could be sort of weighed up and balanced and brought to bear into the discussions around NHS Citizen?
My experience is with just things that have been peer-reviewed in the journals, for instance. As for combining them with patient experience, I don't know how to do it yet. I haven't really thought about how to go about doing it. But I'm sure, people say, oh, you're a librarian, you'll know this. We don't. We just know where to find it.
I suppose what was in my head in just sort of articulating that not very clear question was around the importance of patient experience and people's own sort of lived experiences coming into the process, so having sort of equal weight with other forms of evidence and information.
The collecting format, I don't know whether that's the right word actually, can't help but change the way it's collected. I mean, if you're filling a form in where the meal's all right, say you've been a hospital patient, an inpatient, and you get onto the meals. What you want to do is write something, but you're not allowed to, because there isn't a box for writing. So already the way the questions have been asked changes the information that comes back.
Yep.
So but then a second part, so it's already been changed, that information, by the way it's been collected. But also, how do you balance it with written down information? Well, I know, yes, a filled-in form is written down, yes or no, but a magazine article, say, a journal article. How do you weigh the two against each other? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it.
No, it's. I don't have the answers either.
No.
But I suppose part of what we're trying to do with NHS Citizen is to create a network, a system, a process of sort of bringing people together and supporting, facilitating people to have sort of discussions around issues that concern them, and getting those issues into the right bit of the NHS, whether that's to NHS England's board or to other bits of the NHS. And I suppose, and part of the trick of doing this is going to be having good quality evidence, if you like, that we can put back into the NHS, or have conversations with bits of the NHS around particular issues or concerns that people have, and valuing the experience of citizens and patients as part of that process.
It's the value process.
Yeah.
But also, one thing that's crossed my mind while we've been sitting here is, having collected all this information and made it available, where does it go? Who does it go to? Or which department does it go to make any difference? I don't know.
No. I mean, that's one of the things that is key to making NHS Citizen work, is that there'll be a way of essentially closing the loop on issues, so that things don't just get raised and discussed and people come together and say, we want to tackle this particular challenge with health services, or the way we spend our money in the health service. But that conversation, that discussion can then go on to the bit of the system that can sort of respond and engage with that particular issue. So that's we haven't solved it yet, but that's part of what we want to make sure works with the system.
The picture that's just come into me, excuse me, picture that's just come into my mind is of a set of plates, cups, saucers, etc., and that NHS Citizen is a plate, but by itself, it can be the basis. But if the power is in the cup, and the cup's separate, we're never going to get anything.
Okay, and I'm just thinking the cup might sit on the plate, and is that the right place? Power sits on top of NHS Citizen. Yeah, okay, so, a tea set of NHS Citizen. We'll have to work on that one. Okay, Glenys, I'll let you get back to the group that you were working on. Thank you ever so much for taking the time to talk to me, and thanks for your time, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day here at Leeds. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Cheers. Thanks, Glenys. I'm just going to go and see if somebody else who I've nabbed to talk to about NHS Citizen is available. So bear with me, and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, folks, I'm very pleased to welcome and introduce you to Atu Asan. Atu is Programme Director on the CSU transition work at NHS England. So, Atu, would you like to just say a little bit about your role and what it involves you doing within NHS England?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my role within NHS England is two things. One is to provide assurance to the NHS board that the CSUs are fit for purpose and that they're financially...
Do you just want to say what CSU means?
Yes, yes, Commissioning Support Units. As part of the NHS reforms, CCGs were given the lead role with clinical commissioning, but then the CSUs were asked to provide support to the CCGs such that they could deliver quality commissioning to its patients. So our role within NHS England is to ensure that CSUs are doing just that, bringing together the right skills and delivering a good quality informatics support and other services support to CCGs. This they do in a variety of ways, but key to us is assuring the board that they are doing what they were set up to do. Secondly, one of our roles is to ensure that we develop CSUs to be the best they can be, because over time they will be autonomized, i.e. they'll become external to the NHS. So it's absolutely crucial that they are fit for purpose and that they can survive by themselves if externalized.
Great, thanks Ashley, cheers. Okay, you've been with us here in Leeds on the workshop for NHS Citizen. What are your reflections as someone within the system, if you like, about NHS Citizen and how it could or couldn't work to improve health services in England? What's your sort of reflections on NHS Citizen as a potential system model?
Okay. I was actually fortunate to attend the last Leeds session, I think back in February, March this year. And at that point, I thought, it has possibilities. Coming in yesterday and today, I've found that actually it's proved better than I had hoped. Because one, there are people here who are from different groups, patient groups and individuals, all contributing to the discussions here. But key is the role that the citizen will play and how that might support NHS England. Just to give you an example, in the discussions that we've got that is going on today, we've been looking at the mechanism that the NHS Citizen will work to inform board decisions. Now that's key because one of the challenges that NHS England has had is how do we ensure that we engage patient voice? Whilst there are different fora for getting some of these things, there has been no systematic way that we continually get that patient input. And to think that we can set up a system called NHS Citizen where individuals, organizations like Health Watch can actually join and actually contribute and influence the direction of NHS England agenda is truly powerful, truly.
Thanks, actually. Well, it's nice to get some positive feedback about someone from within the system, how you see its potential. Do you see any particular sort of challenges and difficulties to get over to make NHS Citizen a reality within NHS England?
Okay, sure. There will be a number of challenges, I guess, for people who are actually involved in NHS Citizen. Not least because they will say that they've seen it all before, and the risk is that where they come up with ideas that they don't think is taken on board, they become disenfranchised. I guess the challenge for NHS England is to make sure that when these ideas come forward, we take them seriously, and where we do not take it forward, we actually explain to the citizenship membership why that wasn't taken forward and the rationale for taking forward some of the other if you like, opportunities, because that for me will be an indicator and a key test in terms of how NHS Citizen is working. But on the positive side, though, I think there are lots of things. If you imagine that the way the NHS citizenship is working is that it's mobilizing grassroots input, so that in some cases, actually, the issues that they raise may not reach NHS England because it will be resolved within the local communities. However, if it escalated to NHS England, then it will be discussed and debated in a Senate-type environment. And it seems to me that gives the citizen the real pleasure and satisfaction that what they've raised as an issue all those months ago is finally being heard by NHS England right at the top. and they can hold the top to account for the problems that they flagged up.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, the holding to account element of NHS Citizen is a very important part of this, and having that sort of being able to bring issues right into the board of NHS England is I agree with you, it's a potentially powerful way of doing this. For me also, there's something about how this model could potentially work in, I'm sorry to use a bit of jargon, but a sort of a co-productive way, because this could also be about citizens working with NHS England to sort of solve problems together.
Absolutely. I think one of the points I made yesterday was the fact that actually, if you look at the way NHS England works, it's a commissioning organisation, but we don't do strategy, but we also do direct delivery, like specialised commissioning, primary care commissioning, and all that. With the primary care commissioning, I think Simon Stevens was saying recently that actually he hoped GPs will participate in that. So that's positive moving forward. But the key thing is that if you imagine that we're designing a strategy, the idea that we'll have input from grassroots to inform the strategic direction of service commissioning by involving NHS Citizen must be a good thing. Because actually, how can you commission a service for patients when you don't hear what they want? So the idea that we will be having some of these engagement and discussions to influence direction of policy, direction of strategy is good. The other thing is that whilst, for instance, CCGs will be responsible for commissioning locally, NHS England has responsibility for commissioning across the country. So we need to have a strategic perspective way beyond a locality or a patch. The idea that NHS Citizen covers the whole of the UK, that their ideas, comments can filter through to the board and inform what the board is trying to do, I think is a very, very powerful thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had quite a few interesting discussions here at Leeds and also in previous workshops for NHS Citizen about this sort of connection between local and national. And it's been quite a sort of a tension, people saying, well, how will this mechanism connect what's happening locally to the national process? In a sense, that's one of the things that we're trying to tackle as part of the design process is to have a mechanism for hearing what's happening locally, connecting what's happening locally, because there'll be similar concerns in similar groups and similar parts of in different parts of the country. So about bringing those issues together, connecting people who have the similar problem, and trying to sort of working to bring that issue to the attention of the right bit of the NHS.
But that's a key point, because actually, if you look at it though, not everything has to come to NHS England. By creating the communities of interest, actually you will find that some of the issues can be addressed locally in a way that perhaps has never been done before. But crucially, if it escalated beyond the locality issue, then there's a clear process for getting to NHS England, and that is really the benefits here. Otherwise, things just go round in circle, it's lost. And from a patient's point of view, they feel they're not getting heard. So who cares? Now there's a mechanism, NHS Citizen, as a mechanism for bringing all these disparate, diverse ideas from people in the know, from people who are disenfranchised, so to speak, and from people who are hard to reach, coming into play, and their voices being heard. I think that is powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, we're not quite there with the design yet. This is the year of design, absolutely. So if it goes live, it won't go live till next year. Can I just ask you just one more question, please, Atto, about sort of impact and culture within the NHS, because this will be... it's always potentially challenging for organisations to sort of open up their decision-making processes to sort of allow influence from all sorts of different places to come in. Organisations can naturally get a bit defensive about their holding the court on issues. Have you got any reflections on whether this will be a particular sort of challenge for bits of the NHS, or how maybe the NHS can be supported to sort of open up to this and make this work for them as well as for citizens?
I think this is actually a positive step for the NHS, not least because actually the driver for this has been with the NHS England board. I attended one of the sessions in Leeds, I think in February, and it was one of the non-execs, Lord Adebayo, who was talking about his vision around the NHS Citizen. And it seems to me if the board is driving it, then they're willing to understand what the citizen wants to say to them. So in facilitating and encouraging that, We, on the other hand, cannot then go defensive. And the test or the proof of the pudding would be where people raise issues and the board actively engages and addresses the issues that people raise, because then it will be seen to be a transparent process. There will be no defensiveness about it, and actually people feel they've been heard and addressed and the issues that they've raised. And I think that is the acid test. But in terms of concept, the board is fully supportive, as demonstrated by the last chief exec of the NHS, Donald. He came, Nicholson, he came to the Leeds session and he espoused his vision around that. Lord Adbayo did the same thing. And actually the senior management team who were there also talked about the role of NHS Citizen and how that will shape. That shows, for me, fundamental commitment from the whole senior leadership team of NHS England and indeed the NHS at large.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the only solution to this, but the commitment and leadership from the top is a key component to organisational change. Absolutely. Okay, Atom, thank you very much indeed for your time. I've appreciated you stepping out of the meeting that you've been in to come and talk to us. And I'll let you get back to the meeting. Thanks ever so much.
Pleasure.
Cheers.
Nice meeting you. Cheers.
The room is still busy working away on the gather process, but I haven't got any more interviews lined up for you now, so I'm just going to sign off and we'll come back to the plenary session shortly. Okay, thank you.
having been a little bit worried that we might not have enough to talk about during the gather session, it turns out that I was wrong. And there was lots to talk about. Lots and lots and lots and lots. So, given that lunch follows this session, and if I let everyone just say everything that they said again, we would actually starve to death. I think it would be best if I went through the stages, and people who had something to say about that stage, I'll look to Catherine and Simon and Olivia to kind of lead that conversation, but other people chip in as and when. People who have something to say about that stage kind of summarise where their discussions got to, questions that were left open, things that we need to carry on thinking about. And then we will try to wrap that up in 30 to 45 minutes, and then we'll have some lunch and let us all rest for a moment before we do the assembly in the afternoon. Okay. So, I'm going to start with flag, because actually I can't see Olivia, so that's a really bad plan. Where's Olivia? Ah, there you are. Sorry. You do flag. Sorry.
Honestly.
Too much conversation. That's what that does to your brain.
So,
starting that conversation again. We're going to start with flag, and we're going to start with Catherine. What did your group think about the very, very beginning of the process?
Yeah, well, we had loads to talk about, didn't we? So I think the first thing that we said was that is that we think it has to be an iterative process. So we don't think that you flag something and you say it's in or it's out. We think that you flag something and you test it to see what other people think, and maybe it goes back to discover and back to flag and back to collect. So it needs to be more iterative.
That's what we thought.
Yeah, that's what we thought, wasn't it? Yeah. And we also thought that we need to, there's two other things about flags. One, I've got all my notes everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing was that we wanted to make sure that, that's for you, because I've got a mic on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all right. So
good afternoon.
We're a good double act, aren't we? So we think that it's important with the flags that we help people to write them, so that there needs to be some support to make sure that the flag is written from the point of view of who wants to join me, rather than this is my problem. So we want to make sure that those flags express the kind of like, this is why we think this is important to someone else. And the other thing we started to get into, and this answers the point about evidence is that we wanted the flag to express the fact that, you know, this is about a whole person. So we used Paul Linda's kidneys. Linda's from the National Kidney Federation, and we were talking about the fact that actually one of the tests should be that actually, are you thinking about an issue from the point of view of the whole person rather than just their kidneys? Other organs can be used.
It can be. Yeah.
So I think that was we've got more on collect. So I don't know if you want that now.
I just wanted to pick up anyone else who had any thoughts or comments on flag from that group that they wanted to bring back in.
So when I send the mic up.
It's all right, I've got it.
I'm glad to help.
Very good.
Our group weren't actually supposed to be speaking about flag, but something occurred in our group that made us think about it, which was we wondered if there needs to be some sort of a checklist or signposting from flag to other things. So if somebody comes with a complaint about a service and it's not really the sort of thing that the Citizens' Assembly is set up for, there is something that says go to Health Watch, go to somewhere else. So you actually screen out some things before they get flagged.
We talked about that, didn't we?
We agree with you there.
Yeah, so what we actually said is we rejected Anthony's question about scope. So his first question would be kind of like, what's the scope of a flag? We actually said that at each stage of gather, there should be a question, which is this the best place to sort out this issue? And at every single stage, it may be that it becomes clear that this is best sorted out locally, or this is actually a personal issue, or this is actually a complaint. But actually, it's not that there isn't a barrier that you say, is this in or out of gather? It's actually you're always questioning, is this the best place?
Yeah.
And that's important, really.
Yeah.
So, Stuart, comment here?
I think the other thing that we decided was that... Is it working? I think the other thing that we decided was that even though your question may be about a local issue and should be directed to the local issue, there may be an underlying policy or that is wrong, and it needs nationally to go, and it might just be a big, huge region that needs that service to go actually to the board. So it wouldn't be the question, it would actually be the refining process that actually then turns it into a question that is actually throughout the UK, no, England. Sorry.
And one of the points that we built on that particular reflection was that we wanted to build in this idea that the person who raises it never loses it.
Never loses it.
So if we find
because every flag will be important, so we don't lose it.
Yeah.
And that's important.
And you know the thing we said about modelling the behaviour, which is where the patients were feeling, you know, sort of we ended up with the patients feeling like they were being ignored when we started having the conversations. Is that if a small issue appears in 20, 30 different places, that's 20 or 30 people for whom that's important. If that's something that ends up in front of the Board of NHS England, it should be impossible for those people not to be connected to it. So you can't have this sense that somebody, you know, it's been part of somebody's lived experience and that they've been disconnected from the conversation at board level. So something about making sure that, you know, the person who raises it or the person who feels it's their issue, that never loses it.
Never loses it. We totally agree, because every flag is as important as anybody else's.
Exactly.
Anyone else? The flag might be not important.
You haven't got the microphone, sorry.
Or if the flag is not important, or because I said red doesn't go any further, or green or yellow, so it goes on to the next stage, which is said the next stage, the green or yellow, so it can go forward to collect.
So we had two other quick things.
On flag?
On flag. One is that we want to think about physical flags. So we need to think about how does this actually, you know, if we're really serious about online, offline connecting, is that what would this look like in a GP surgery? What would this look like in a youth centre? You know, sort of in a Shore Start centre, wherever it is. And then the other point about flags is that we expect many flags to be raised through other organisations. So actually a lot of local flags will probably be raised locally. And this will probably be done by groups which are working locally rather than necessarily assuming that they're direct with NHS Citizen. And we all felt that that was a really good thing, and it was a nice way of connecting the two things together.
Okay. One comment?
Yes, she was part of the group.
Sorry, Catherine, I don't know if you mentioned it, but there was something we talked about how a flag might be raised which does get resolved locally, but in the kind of gather of evidence phase leaves you with a lot of learning and a lot of evidence that might need to go forward, but the flag itself might have been resolved.
So it's a really we had a really interesting conversation about how do we make sure that we always learn. I think I need to go over here because I'm too near to the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So when it is resolved, you have to report back to the when it is resolved at local level, make sure you report back to the other local groups that of the other areas to make sure you feed back to the other how we resolved it, the steps which you take it out, and make sure it's easy, so each area easy words and pictures and accessible, so each group know it's resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I know that Anthony's probably got a twitch on because we've taken a bit of time, but actually,
I think to be honest, the discussion was really rich, and I want to make sure that everyone's feeling the reflection of that, so that also they can think about it when they go and look at the document again next version.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, if we move on to collect, is that actually we kind of treated the two things as the same thing because we think you have to go constantly back and forth. Is that, you know, so there may be, you flag something. And then you use Discover to see, does anybody else have this issue? Does anybody else want to join me? And that process may refine the flag. So we wanted to give that sense of movement. And so actually a lot of the stuff we've said about the nature of the flags is actually the answers to the questions around collect.
So really there's a single stage called raise. Rather than a stage called flag and a stage called collect.
Exactly. It's flag and collect kind of thing. So then we had, I think, a couple of things which we didn't, probably 3 points that we didn't resolve, but we want to make sure come back to another design workshop.
We did, yeah.
Yeah, we did, didn't we? Do you want to talk about the one about support, about supporting people?
Because some people will need support or another person who knows them well to make sure that so they can express, have a voice, and make sure they're being heard.
Yeah, so exactly what Paul says. So in the next workshop, we want to talk about what support is going to be needed.
Yeah. The other thing in the group we're discussing, we've not quite got the answer to yet, whether or not use IP addresses and so on and so forth, is to make sure that it's not swamped by one particular group or a powerful organisation that can monopolise and therefore get their single issue put through when it's not required. So that's the other thing that we just need to be resolved. But we're getting there.
I mean, we made loads of progress. So the things which we want to talk about more in the future are this question about support, this question about, we don't think that we got to the bottom of this point about how do you make sure that sort of organised bodies are more powerful than individuals, but we think that the two things might be linked because the support that you offer individuals should counter the fact that actually sort of those bigger bodies have got support from elsewhere. The other thing that we sort of wanted to park and come back to at a later session was about we once again had the conversation about digital exclusion, but
some people will be online and some people will have not the technology. Oh, I got a tablet, but some people will be still offline, don't have any computers or technology to get online with internet or Facebook or Twitter.
Exactly.
Said they can have their own Facebook and Twitter to do is it, the conversation
and forums and things.
On forums, yeah.
But we kind of shifted it a little bit to talk about actual social exclusion, and so rather than just focusing on the digital, we need to focus on the fact that there are a group of people who are excluded from the system, and digital is one way in which that manifests itself. So we want to shift the discussion away from digital exclusion is part of it, but actually we should be talking about social exclusion as part of this process, and that's not being highlighted enough.
Yeah, but the other thing we were thinking, there was so much went on. It's so hard to get it all together. We were talking about including groups who were remote, so you can actually use mobile libraries, things like that, to take technology to them, and actually you then include a greater number of people. And the thing is, you can do it easily. Doctors' surgeries, community centres, libraries, mobile library, whatever you want to do. If the will's there, we can do it. And the technology is definitely there.
A little bit thing about the exclusion. It's suddenly just occurred to me here, and it's partly on the basis of some work I did about a year or so ago with Derbyshire carers, the children's thing. It's a really interesting thing about social exclusion and digital exclusion is some of the people, particularly young people, who are socially excluded or excluded from not knowing how the system runs or anything, are actually some of the most digitally. So we need to be careful that when we're talking about the exclusion, that we're not just see digital exclusion as a problem, because digital can actually be a really good solution to social exclusion. So it's all about bringing it all together.
So we as a team, we really 100% agree with that. And it was about, and I think that what was coming out of the conversation is actually we need to be more sophisticated about this in the debates that we're having in these rooms, which I think was just very well heard.
Can I draw that part
Yeah,
of
I
the
think so.
conversation to a close? We will come back to the collect stage because that was the first thing that Olivia talked about. So thank you very much. It sounds like a really good discussion. And Olivia, here's the mic for you. You're not mic. Oh, you're mic, sorry. Fab. So
feel free to chip in. We could have had half a day on this, really, couldn't we? As opposed to sort of an hour and a bit. And we focus mostly on collect. So that the first bit of it, rather than trying to get into the next stage. So what I think we did really clearly was that on and offline piece. So this has to be multi-channel, multi-form in every way. So things coming through your door at home, things coming into your email inbox, things coming into your Twitter thing. It's got to be all of those things, and we need to recognise that people receive things in different ways. We described a role as connectors. So we actually went back to think about Discover as well. So in Discover, we think we need some people or organisations or groups who could describe themselves as discoverers to help us discover who's out there. And in this space, we think that we need some people or some organisations or groups who might identify with a role called connectors. And their role is, and actually we re-described the usual suspects as being probably these connectors. So these are the people who know where people are, who know that there is this group over there or there's that conversation happening here, and we can go and we can find them and we can bring them in and we can support them and work alongside them to help them have their voice. And we talked a lot about co-production being absolutely critical in terms of a founding principle of this part of the process. We also talked a bit about a librarian role. We got quite excited about a librarian role, didn't we, Glenys? So if we're collecting stuff together, actually, how do we know what's out there, know where we can go to get it? How do we bring it in? And how do we bring it in a way that everybody can understand? So it isn't a factual briefing that's dense text and lots of hard facts. It is that, but it's also easy read and words and pictures and plain English and all of those different forms. Or it might be somebody making a little 2-minute video explaining what these facts are so that people can receive it in a format and access it in a format that they can understand. So we thought that a librarian function in the secretariat type support team would be really critical. We thought that this was very much a process around crowdsourcing this, though. So it wasn't just about having a librarian who's going to go and find out about every single issue, because that would be truly impossible. But actually somebody who can help to coordinate that crowdsourcing so that we put the issue's been flagged, it's out there. How do we then know what else is out there? So connectors bring stuff in. It's a crowdsourced process, but the librarian has some of that organising help to be able to interpret what that means. God, we talked about a lot. It was the best conversation. It was really, really good. I'm quite excited. We talked about how this process might benefit from having some sort of template. So how do we, not standardise, but we help people to present information in a way that's simple, that people can understand, that identifies the stories, the information, the experience and the facts, and that we recognise all of those different things are important in Collect in terms of giving it a basis to act from. And within that, this sort of, so if you've got this stuff presented in a way, that we can then start a peer review process. So you start to rate it or connect with it in a way in which you can question it. We talked about having a kind of advocate role, but an amplifier role. So not just an advocate, but somebody who can help to amplify people whose voices aren't necessarily being heard. And I think in all of these roles, one of the things we need to do is describe what we think each of these roles might be. And some of these roles might be happening already, and people already do this stuff, and they're just going to connect it into this. Some of this might be new roles or asking people to do things in different ways. And we also talked a lot about giving people permission. And actually the Change Day example of people sometimes just need to be given permission that that's okay, that you can voice that view, you can put that statement out there, and that's good and right. And that led us into a whole set of conversations about curation and safety of online spaces, and how do we make sure that this is done in a way that people are respected, people can have a view, without everybody then leaping on top of them and going, rah, 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 you're wrong for these 20 reasons, shut up and go away. So it's got to be respectful, it's got to be conducted in a way that is safe. So we need to think about that really hard. And we talked a little bit about involvement, training and support. So how do we, what support do we need to make sure is in place for people to lead a discussion, to be able to bring different voices in and facilitate a discussion where they're not overly influencing it. And I think I'm just going to pause there. And where's the microphone gone? So, Craig, Joe, Jag, do you want to add anything? because I'm not sure I've done us justice because we talked about so much.
The only thing I'd say, which also really resonated with what you were saying, was a lot about the language and what we're trying to do and all of that. And a lot of it was we've got to be really careful that what we're doing here, we're not telling people about stuff, and we're not. We're inviting people, we're encouraging people, we're giving them permission, we're giving them space, we're enabling. We're not producing a discussion, we're enabling a discussion. I think there's a whole load of stuff there about what that is. We're effectively creating the spaces and the environments and the tools to enable stuff to do it. That was the only thing that I think would on that sense. Other than that, you've done a really good job.
So that point spoke really well to Kate's experience about people. The way in which we are trying to facilitate this process is trying to be genuinely open, genuinely engaging of all issues, and not biasing it. So that's quite hard to do, and not that many people seem to have that good experience of facilitation. So a lot of people feel that it's often guiding them down a particular route because that's the outcome we know we want to get. Yeah. Whereas this is about finding our own path together without us overly influencing it, and that's difficult to do. But we need to recognise that that's the role that needs to be played. You're not saying anything, Craig? Okay.
There was something that somebody said, I think it was Graham, where is he? Who said something about, we were talking about this being a sort of citizenship kind of programme. And actually, if we start to think about behaviours rather than roles, that people can engage with it in a completely different way. It's the expectations that we start to put upon ourselves to behave in a different way. And I thought that was a really lovely way to think about it as a different kind of programme.
Can you just pass it back to Jag?
Thanks. I think you captured it well. There was something about culture as well, that there's an expectation that how we all behave differently. So something about co-production, like you said, instead of influencing. Then there was finally, for me, something about how we discussed about including vulnerable people within that. So online, offline. I think you made reference to it. And how NHS England's role is really to make sense of that and reference check everything in a catalogue fashion, that this is what we've done on this and mental health, etc.
Cheers. Does that reflect anything you talked about, Catherine?
Yeah, I mean, what's really great is that actually there's a lot of back and forth between the two discussions. There's no point in which we've gone in different directions. That's good. We also identified...
Catherine, you're not being heard.
Oh, sorry, I've muted myself. I never do that. Weird. Yeah, so we'd also identified that connector role, and we talked about that a bit, and particularly bridging online, offline as well. And also there was quite a conversation. We had a similar conversation about the behaviours point, which is actually it's not about the process. It's about actually how do you create an environment where it is okay to raise things. Yeah.
Point over here on the other stick.
Yeah, because each behaviours are different. What was said earlier, because our behaviours can be different, our attitudes can be different, or make sure we understand patient and tolerant when you, because our behaviours can say what we don't mean sometimes, but our behaviours can be different and be understanding, patient and tolerant. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Just on that behaviours point, Graham made a really, really valuable contribution. Which was about how, in the conversation that we had around that table, it was about everybody was very respectful in terms of listening, understanding, challenging, but then building on things and starting to develop that discussion together. And we had a conversation then about the risk of capture. So how do we deal with the sort of the single issue lobbyist that came in to interfere with that process, but actually engaging them in that dialogue and that way of working and modelling those behaviours I think people were starting to feel might be a way of bringing people alongside rather than feeling they've got to shout over there.
So we had a kind of we would like to try a whole person test almost, which is that one of the challenges, nicely back to those people with a particular issue, is that they need to express that issue in terms of the whole person. And this was back to Linda's kidneys, which was Linda's kidneys. Poor Linda, sorry. But actually, that one of the mechanisms we could try out was whether or not actually constantly asking that question would help mitigate that problem. But we don't know. We want to try it.
There's a comment from Dawn, a comment from Joe, and then we're going to have to move on to Simon.
Basically, it was what you said about the librarian. That really caught my imagination. That if you've got groups, that really has. Because if you literally use organisations as a reference book, you can actually say that there's a need for an issue to be raised, say, on trans. Therefore, you can get hold of two trans groups who can report back in as reference groups, and instead of guessing, you've got it from the horse's mouth. And that is such an exciting way forward. You can actually see that working.
Librarians take over.
Okay, Joe, there's a mic coming from behind. This is for Simon because he doesn't have a lapel mic.
It's just a very quick thing. Again, it's back to language, and it's just something that just occurred to me about the flag stuff. I don't know if you've thought about this, but you're also talking about the whole person and all of this, and not having a single issue. One test you might want to test is there is a difference between a flag and a banner. So the way in which you're saying this, are you saying this because you're flagging up an issue, it's something that I think is important, or am I raising a banner about my campaign to do this? Because there's a difference between a flag and a banner, and that might be a really good way to sort of try and encapsulate that's what the Citizen's about.
I think that's really good.
That's really, really helpful.
Right, I'm going to say, Olivia, any last comments before we let Simon talk about the end of the process?
Other than to say I'm now in a greater state of perpetual excitement about this.
Okay, that's good. Simon. Now, Simon was talking about refine and direct. So, just to set the scene for Simon's conversation, the discussion's happened. Now what?
Can I just say, can we please not say anything more exciting? We can't get Olivia any more excited than she is already. It's a dangerous state to be in.
It's a health and safety risk.
And on one level, you've said a lot of what we talked about already. So you've covered all sorts of issues. So I think I will probably be briefer. We took it on trust that you were going to be dealing with the sorts of issues like astroturfing and those kind of things. And it sounds like you've got a long way forward, which is really good. We started by talking about the refine process and trying to understand what that meant, and understanding that it meant kind of creating an issue to a point at which it could be dealt with by somewhere in the system. And we talked about the need to make that process visual, and we talked about ways you could do that. And then we started talking about but how are we going to know whether it's a good enough issue to go to the Assembly? And we started talking about quality, and Jason started jumping up and down at this point, quite rightly. And he for one thing, who is to judge quality or not? And then he also brought Mrs. Jones into the discussion. I don't know whether she's got a kidney problem or not, but and what we cannot do through this process, and particularly in Refine, is what we're trying to do in Refine is make it an issue that works for the board. We can't turn it into something that Mrs. Jones no longer recognises as her issue. Yeah. So we have to keep it simple so that it can go both up to the board and back to Mrs. Jones. But we also have to keep it unbureaucratic, because if we put too many, your discussion has to have this sort of evidence and has to do this and do that in order to go here, then there are so many barriers that people have to get over, then they'll stop. So we have to find a way of keeping the process visual, uncluttered, unbureaucratic. I'm not sure we answered the question as to how we do that, but that's another matter. All we did, in one way, because in the end, the central problem we were trying to get to, as we thought about this, was when you come to the action stage in Gather, the kind of what happens to this next, who's going to do something with it, that decision point, we felt at one level was in the wrong place. And we talked about, this happened in the last 2 minutes, so we've not we don't agree with the words we're using and so on. But we talked about putting something like focus in between flag and collect, and it may be that the conversation you had already does that. But the danger is that what you do is you raise people's expectations that everything's going to get to the board, rather than saying, well, here's a flag, and the way it's couched at the moment, the way it's written at the moment, or being talked about at the moment, this is much more an issue for a CCG or for this, and and so it kind of already helps to begin to direct and manage expectations as to where it's going to go to. We talked about the fact that, particularly in the refine stage, there is going to need to be some active intervention, some active engagement from a moderator of some kind or another to help a number of groups to shape. Not everybody. Some people will be able to shape the case that comes out, the issue, in such a way it will be understandable by the board. But actually, there'll be other groups that will need support in order to do that. So some active moderation at that point, and we kind of shelved the discussion about the secretariat and the support that might be needed. The only final thing is that we then had a conversation about, well, what happens if 10 issues come to the direct stage that could go to the Assembly? And how would you make a decision about which of those issues would go to the Assembly? If you do it in direct stage, what you're doing is you're giving power to a very small number of people to make the decision. And we came to the conclusion it's better to send any issue that is right for the Assembly meeting should go to the Assembly meeting, and that you then have a number, the people who have created and flagged the issue and brought it through, then pitch to the Assembly, and the Assembly would then vote on whether or not they want to discuss that issue or not. And that we would then, and we might, rather than it being a kind of beauty parade and the best person, the best presenters then get their issue discussed because it's an issue that seems more important, it's got children and so on, whatever the issue is that kind of grabs people. We know that some issues grab people's attention and others not. That actually we might get people to vote on questions like, how urgent do you think this is? How important? We didn't really get too far into the categories, but a number of categories that would then boil the issues up rather than actually a kind of, should this be in or out?
So the sort of balanced scorecard idea that you actually have like certain characteristics and a balance between them gives you how important the issue is.
Yeah. So what have I forgotten from our incredibly rich 10 flip chart page discussion?
Any comments on that? Clive has a mic.
Come back and sit. I think you went on the webcast. If you don't sit down, don't know.
I think you've captured it really well, but I think for me there was something around how complicated we were making it, how we were using words like frameworks, we were using words like scorecards and around weighting systems, and I go back to Mrs. Jones, and there probably really is a Mrs. Jones, but there is something around, if this is about ordinary people whose voices are not being held elsewhere, how do we empower them through a system rather than make them jump through loads and loads of hurdles in order to get there? There is something around everything that people bring in is valid, and I think that's why we wanted to shift direct right to the front, and we wanted to call that last stage, and they're not the right words, but there's something that there are active words there around activate or mobilise, or it's the taking stuff forward. And for me, we had a debate around what does the Assembly do, not do. And for me, there was a plea that actually, if this is going to be different, it has teeth, it has some decision-making power, sometimes it will get it right, sometimes it will get it wrong. It isn't about the quality of pitches so much for me as the ability to, out of 10, in some way, raise the 5 that matter to you, but we need to recognise that three-legged donkeys will be popular, podiatry never will be, but there is something around how we manage to capture something that matters to 12 people, which of those 12 people is just as valid as the 2 million over here. And actually, in some ways, we didn't want to, for me, I don't want to exclude some of those single-issue groups, because actually some of those conversations are conversations we clearly aren't having, because stuff that's coming in here is stuff that isn't going elsewhere. The other bit for us, I think, or for me, around the ability to direct back to local was we need to be confident there is a structure locally that can manage a similar process. So actually, this is an issue that's a CCG issue, so therefore we can expect a similar response in terms of that issue rather than saying it will get lost. And there is a bigger question around what happens to things that don't get responded to. So.
That's actually a very good point. So one thing that a question for Gather has to be that Gather is going to have to answer is what does happen to those issues that are getting answered. So can Joe have that? Oh, you've got one already, Joe.
It's only just a suggestion on the final bit. About if there are so many things that are going to the assembly, how do you decide which ones to take? Right, and I can completely understand the business of having a rational, we'll take a vote or that. The danger of that, of course, is if people have the danger that it'll be the most articulate or it'll be right now. It appears to me what ultimately this is leading to is we want some element of public policy to change, okay? And I think one way in which we might do it, just a suggestion, is the way in which Parliament does it, which is, okay, 90% of government business is decided by the government and all that sort of stuff, but then there's a private member's bill or there's oral questions and it's a straightforward ballot. So what we could do, that if, say, there's 20 things and you've only slots for 10, 9 of them are decided, or 8 of them, or whatever you want to decided, but then the ones that weren't successful are there, go straight into a ballot, and then the first 2 that come out, complete random chance, they get discussed. And that'd be a really good way of countering any cynicism around this is all being stitched up.
And we can borrow the National Lottery ball machine, can we? Yeah. And we've got a question over here.
Just before that, I would just like to say, it's interesting, this came up yesterday as well, that there's one conception of democracy that elections are not democratic because they favour people who are more articulate and who are more able to win them. And that actually sortition, as wonks like me call it, but drawing stuff out of a hat, is actually more democratic because it gives people an equal chance. And as someone who studied Greek history, that's something I
weren't allowed to bring that up for the whole 2 days. Right, we're going to stop. We've got... Right, stop. Graham.
The only point I wanted to add to that discussion, which I think was something we discussed, was that in including people in this process, we need to make sure we keep it very efficient on people's time. I think one of the things that puts people off getting involved, and we're just part of people taking up 2 days of their time to contribute to this design day. But if we're going to really get to people that we need to be listening to, we have to make it so that it can all happen within a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes of people's valuable time to get that view and that feeling, and not to take and ramble on for days and weeks and months. We need to keep this process very time efficient.
So simple, unbureaucratic and time efficient. We hear that.
No, can I just? I just want. This is more for us to know, which is is that we're kind of operating like the only interaction with the board is going to be at the assembly meeting, and I would like to challenge that as an assumption because I would like to see the board present in the system in some way. Personally, is that actually if they just helicopter in twice a year, then I don't think it's really doing that relationship piece. So it may be that we want to look at this whole thing, thinking about what the board are doing.
Yeah, we touched on that in our group about how do NHS England connect into these conversations. So if there are conversations happening, they should be everybody who's interested. So we encourage people within the system to think about how they co-produce stuff with people, how they work alongside people. And I think that's board members and directors and people delivering policy and people commissioning services. So we provide them with a means through which they do that and a model and a way of working.
You could take success criteria to be actually very little has to go to the assembly. Because, yeah.
Okay. Look,
Yeah.
crosstalk will work badly on the webcast. No crosstalk.
So I've got Jimmy here.
The main emphasis, what we discussed, we were going to jam at one point with one word. We decided to eliminate because it kept coming up and coming up and coming up. But what the emphasis was what has been said. If it can be done at the beginning, with the board influencing the people who have got questions.
Yeah. Okay.
Questions at the beginning, and getting the right collectiveness and discussions and to refine everything before it gets to the top level.
Yeah.
Then it might. Then the procedure might go to the right way to other areas like the CCTs, and then the proper ones to the top.
Yeah.
Clive over there. And
Can I just say we've got the East of England Senate joining us very soon.
What time? I was about exactly asking
well,
that
I think we can probably hold them a little bit. They're supposed to come at 1:05 or 1 o'clock. So just thinking we need to get lunch in. I don't want to. I'm not suggesting we hold. Just thinking about the conversation not going on too long.
Okay. In which case, I think let's take these last couple of points. Let's rewind up. Let's say to Cambridge, give us 10 minutes to grab lunch, and then let's crack on.
So.
Yeah, well,
I can actually see that we're going to have flags that are very similar in nature, and I think if we can kind of join up some of the flags so that we put one flag to the board, and to ensure that everybody understands that we're actually supporting them, that we use some of those flags as evidence to back up our initial flag. So we kind of supplementary bits and joining up so that we've got a complete answer.
Yeah.
Just looking at the gather process there, it's flag, collect, discuss, refine. Should it not be discuss again, agree, and then direct?
It needs to look iterative.
Yeah, I think we might need to put some loops on the diagram more than extra boxes. I think.
We may be beyond smart art, Anthony.
If we're beyond smart art, I don't want to be there.
But is that not contained in the refine process? Yes. Would be my challenge. So discuss again and agree is part of the refinement. Yeah. So it's a constantly iterating process, and Simon doesn't have a microphone, so he's totally screwed.
Is this on?
Yeah.
This might have already been covered, but there's the issues that are going to go up to the board, and then there's the issues that are going to be resolved at a local level. But presumably there'll be like hundreds more issues. What happens to them?
We're in our session we talked about actually something becomes a thing before it becomes a flag. So we need some sense and discover, which is that there's a thing that somebody claims and says, I want to raise a flag about this. So it might be the same act. Is that once those are captured, they don't leave the system. What we'll probably do is we'll have to think of some way of creating, and this is where we need the librarian, is to showing, here's our store of things which have never gone anywhere, but have been talked about. And actually, when something new comes up, you maybe go and check the store. Has this been talked about before? So we need to we'll need to work on that. But the idea would be is that once it's become a thing, it never disappears, and that a flag probably follows a more structured process.
I think one thing to add to that is that the librarian, as a gatherer of evidence, needs to be allied to, I don't know, a people librarian that is the gatherer of people who've expressed an interest in the issue.
No, we want human books. Sorry, Glenys is the librarian.
The librarian of everything. Joe.
Philip just wants to come back.
Oh, sorry.
And I suppose it's just thinking about that there might be things that might stay in that store for a really long time that actually are really important things.
Yeah.
That does connect with an issue that came up yesterday about timing. And at what point do we attach timescales to things so they don't get forgotten and left in a cupboard because they're really important? We need to keep that.
Okay, Joe, and then we need to wind up.
Discover.
Yeah.
It's just one again something to bear in mind. It could be if this thing works properly, right? We're going to have lots and lots of people all over the country who've got an issue, who've never met each other before, who comes together and discuss it. It might be that some of the great successes that we have is some things don't end up getting to go up to the board at all because somebody had a real problem in Durham and somebody in Bristol had sorted it, and so they actually got to the solution themselves as part of being involved in NHS Citizen. It was a citizen-led solution.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop it there because otherwise Cambridge is going to be completely at a loss. It'll be like Eurovision with no voting. It'll be awful. So I want to just say thank you so much for all of that super rich discussion. Tilly will be typing her fingers to the bone to get all those flip charts written up. over the course of the afternoon. Thank you. Any questions, come back to us, but we're going to take a short break now. Simon's in charge of this afternoon, so he'll tell you timings, but sandwiches are ready.
1:15. Sorry, it's only 25 minutes. 1:15 back here so we can join the East of England Senate. Thank you all very much. Okay, welcome back after lunch, everybody. Thank you so much for being so prompt. And thank you so much for hanging around while we tried to make that connection happen. We wanted to kind of make sure we told them 20 past, so we didn't really feel we could start before then. So welcome to the East of England Senate, who are meeting at the moment in Cambridge, I think it is. I'm looking for somebody to nod at me. Somebody will somewhere. And unfortunately, the bandwidth here and there means that we're not going to be seeing them. We're not actually even going to be hearing from them. But Clive is going to be their avatar. An avatar is somebody in a virtual world who is the personification, the kind of image of somebody. So Clive is the image of the East of England Senate, connected to them by email and Twitter, and we'll be bringing their points into the meeting. So what we're trying to do here is we want to test, we want to role model the whole of the assembly meeting in a way that we can see, well, is it really going to work? Is it going to feel how we want it to feel? Is it going to do what we want it to do? Or should we organise it in a different way? And so, but we can't, the whole assembly meeting we're imagining will take 2 days, where people will start by learning about the issue, and then go into small groups to I really should have got this ready, so sorry. So it's a 2-day thing. People will start on the left with learning, understanding what the issue is, and then identifying the common themes that come out. And then on day 2, starting to set the agenda. Which is the most important question? The board should have the most time on this. Which is the least important question, or even the board shouldn't see this question at all? Going then to and then moving into identifying the questions that the board needs to answer, and then formally meeting the board in a kind of much more staged, managed process. Now, it's important to say this is a 2-day process that will involve about 250 people. This is not going to be... Paul, can I just ask you... It's all right, but otherwise it's more difficult for people to concentrate. Thank you. Don't worry at all. 250 people. This is not going to be a big meeting in rows where anybody can say anything. This is going to be run like we're running this, with small groups, big groups, long time for lunch and so on. A properly facilitated process. It's not going to be a big free-for-all. But we can't do all of that for the issue. Your facilitator in a minute on the table is going to talk you through an issue that came up on the gather wall yesterday, parity of esteem, and I'll explain that jargon in a minute. I'm going to give you about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, to understand a very little bit about the issue, to think about what questions might I have for the board, and then we will move into actually role-playing with the board. And I have 3 board members from NHS England. Actually, I don't, and it's really important that we remember they're not members of the board from NHS England, because they are in role. And they are Olivia Butterworth. I can't see my other board members, worry. Joe McRae and Atu. Where's Atu? Atu, I can't remember your surname. Asan, sorry, Atu. So there are 3 board members. We also have 3 other people playing formal roles within the assembly meeting, and they are Catherine, who is the chair. Catherine, we are imagining, has been elected by the assembly. She's been elected by you. She's not been appointed by NHS England, but she's been elected by you. Huda is our jargon buster. If anybody uses jargon, Huda will point out to the chair that that jargon needs to be defined, and the person who uses it will have to define it. And Leslie is our participation officer, just supporting Catherine to make sure that if there's somebody who's not being heard, they're brought into the room. So those are the formal roles. I've asked 2 other people, actually asked one person who then grabbed somebody else, to play the role of the person who put the flag up in the first place and then saw the issue coming through Gather and is now standing in front of the board saying, these are the questions that we've got for you, because through the Gather process and then through the process we've got at the assembly meeting, and that's Philippa and Sasha. So thank you to all of them for volunteering. What I want us to do, what we're going to do throughout this exercise, is we're going to start the process of the assembly meeting going. I want you to role play as if you were members of the Citizen Assembly, and then I'm going to stop it. I'm going to step in and ask Catherine to stop. I'm going to say, how's it going? Could we do something different? I might ask for a couple of suggestions as to what we could do differently, and then we might go back and rerun the asking of a question with the board responding in a different way, or the question being asked in a different way, or the meeting being run in a different way. So we can test how you think it's working, and we can then begin to get an understanding of what we need, how we need to make the assembly meeting work. So I wanted to go through all the stages so you could see the flow of what's going to happen, but I'm now going to take you through in much smaller stages what I want you to do. So I'm first of all going to tell you what parity of esteem is, and then I'm going to give you a chance on your tables to understand the issue a little bit more. I'm not going to take too many questions, but Joe, you've got one.
Just a very quick thing. Is it expected that board members will attend the assembly? Should I be in character, or is it coming cold to me at the board?
So we're hoping that the board members will attend the whole of the assembly, the 2 days of the assembly, and they will participate in the conversations as well as then sitting formally. So you're not coming cold here. You can participate in, you can wander around and listen to all the conversations, you can sit in on one, whatever you think as a board member you would do. So, parity of esteem, there's a bit of jargon. Parity of esteem is saying that the NHS places much more emphasis and funding onto issues of physical health, and that the Cinderella service of the health service is mental health. And the whole parity of esteem issue is about how do we begin to raise the status of mental health so that when you break your leg, it's not just your leg that gets mended, but if you're stuck in bed for 6 months, actually people pay attention to your mental health as well, as a one very trivial example of a much bigger problem. Now, I've already got out of my depth on the issue of parity of esteem, and we're role-playing. Philippa has only been asked 20 minutes ago to come up with some really sensible questions to people who aren't really board members, who haven't really thought about this issue. So we're role-playing this. There's no stupid question in this. We want to just see how it works. But I do want you to have time to understand a little bit about parity of esteem. The facilitators on the table received the briefings about 5 minutes ago as well. So they're kind of going to speed read you through a little bit, not the whole document, just a little bit about what the issue is. Give you a chance to say, what questions have I got about this? Do I understand it? And then, what questions might I want to ask to the board? And then we will go into the next stage where Catherine will take over. She will invite Philippa to start off, and then she'll run the assembly meeting as the assembly meeting happens. So, on your tables, just start to understand a little bit about the issue of parity of esteem. You're going for 2 minutes, but yeah. Okay, great. So, I appreciate you haven't had much time to learn. I'm not actually stopping you right now. We're being webcast again so the East of England Senate can hear. What I'd like you to do is move from the learning phase, and I realise you really, really have had no time at all, into thinking about, well, given what I've heard, what questions do I think the Board of NHS England should be asking? So have a conversation about the questions you think the board should be answering. Okay, so now that you've fully mined the issue of parity of esteem, I'd like to stop you all now. I don't want to have to jump on our role-playing board member and get him to... but he's fully in role now. So remember. Okay. Let's remember that we've got East of England Senate on watching us as well, and hopefully lots of other people too. So I want to just remind you what's going to happen next. And can I ask our role-playing board members to come up and sit at the front? Please remember, particularly if you've just joined us online, this is not the real board of NHS England. These are people, actors, but they are going to try and act as they think the board of NHS England would act. We then have our participation officer. So we have our participation officer, Leslie, and then we have our jargon buster, Huda, who's coming here. And what's going to happen next is we're going to have questions from the people who've taken the issue through the Assembly, through Gather and the Assembly, and they're now the ones who've been nominated by you to ask the first questions. And then I'm now stepping out, but Catherine will then give you a chance to have a conversation with the board. But remember, you must wait for the microphone from Sonia. And finally, my final thing. At the end of this, we're going to have half an hour to 40 minutes to think about how did this work? Did the process with the chair and the roles and the board work? Is the space worked? What didn't work? What needs to change? What needs to stay the same? So do be in role. You are now citizens in the NHS Citizen Assembly, but also be observers of what's happening. And East of England Senate are both going to come in as if they're live linking into the Assembly as participants, but they're also going to tell us what they think it's like to watch this happening. I am now definitely going to stop talking. Catherine.
So I would first like to start by thanking you for electing me to the role of Chair of the Citizens' Assembly. I think it's a tremendous honour. And I'm going to do my best to make sure that we have a really constructive conversation with the board, who are both here to listen, but also to take away some actions. And so I think my job is to make sure that that conversation happens, but also that we leave this room with them having committed to take some stuff forward. I'm going to start, though, by asking colleagues to raise the issues that we want to discuss today, which have come up through quite a complicated process. We've spent a lot of time talking about these, theoretically. And I'd like to hand over to you to explain to the board what you think we should be talking about.
Okay. Hello. The first question that we've got for you today is that many people who experience mental health issues aren't receiving community-based services despite all the rhetoric. They're often isolated, despite all the talk and all the policies. They're often feeling isolated, depressed and vulnerable. The question's in two parts. The first part is, what can NHS England do to ensure that this changes and that services are flexible, respectful and responsive and reach the people who need them? And the second part is, how can these services be truly co-developed, co-designed and co-led by service users?
And do you want to pause and ask and take those questions now and come back to other questions that you have? That was your first question, was it?
Yeah. That's the first question.
Brilliant. Okay, if everyone's happy then, we're going to take that question and pass it to the board. So who would like to lead off on answering either of those questions? It's not a surprise, Joe talks a lot.
Thank you very much. Well, firstly, I will come to your point. I think it's a very, very, very important point. But I think it's worth saying at this point, if I could just start by just saying how much we very much value this initiative of NHS Citizen. It's been a very big commitment by the board to be putting in place what is quite a risky venture and a new venture, and we wish it all well. And also, I should actually also praise and thank Catherine for her role in doing this. I think she's been an extremely good advocate on your behalf, and I want to assure you that the role that she's playing is very much valued at the board level. So thank you, Catherine, for everything you've done. I think when we're looking at this whole issue of mental health, I think obviously, I mean, I've been involved in the NHS for probably getting on for over 40 years. Started on the front line, and we all know that mental health has been decried really as a Cinderella service for a very long time, and that is changing, and I'm very proud that it's changing. And as the board member that is leading on this area, I take it as a particular point of pride that it's changing. I think the one thing I think is worth putting in mind, to put it slightly in context, is that obviously this whole area of parity of esteem, I mean, did only just first come up about 2 years ago in the Royal College of Physicians, and less than 2 years from now, it's up in the board, it's in the NHS mandate, it's in an implementation plan. We have an awful lot of things that are coming on stream, which I think will show some demonstrable benefits there. And so I think, all I'd say, Catherine, is I do recognise the frustrations you might have about the balance of change, but that things are changing are in hand, and I think you'll see the benefits of that very shortly indeed.
So, with respect, is that I'm not sure that actually answered the question that you were asked. And I'm looking around the room, and I think my fellow citizens agree that didn't quite answer the question that was asked. So we're going to put that to you perhaps in a slightly different way.
Could I just say that what would be really good if we could go away with is some commitments and some ways that we could evidence that you are going to make some changes and develop services that in the way that we're asking you to develop them.
Olivia would like to.
Thanks, and it's really nice to see you all here and really involved in this. And I just totally agree with Jo, just how important this is that we really hear your voices in all of this. And parity of esteem is terribly important. And I think Jo's right, we're doing lots of stuff already to make sure...
Can we just explain what parity of esteem is, please?
So I think that we're describing, using the word parity of esteem, so how do we treat people's physical health with equality with their mental health? So mental health services need to have equity. They need to be on a level with physical health services, so we treat the whole person, our mental health and our physical health, instead of just our mental health over there in that box and our physical health over there in that box, and actually we don't fund the mental health stuff quite as well.
I'm going to just step in at this point and just ask how people feel that the start has gone, and I want to ask you 3 questions about the start. The first is a very simple question: has there any jargon been missed, or has the jargon buster done their job well? Are you happy with the jargon that's in? Do they need to be more asking for more words to be explained? People are broadly happy. Good. Can I come in? Only if you have a microphone.
I've deliberately turned my back on you, not because I'm being antisocial, but because I wanted to hear the words. And one of the things that really struck me from the words is it sounded like any public meeting, with people saying how glad they were that people's voices were being heard and how important this was and what they were already doing.
This is my second question. How did you feel the board's initial response to you? Did you feel that they... So we're getting some thumbs down and some thumbs up. Sonia's going to bring a microphone up. Did you feel that you were being respected by how they... We're getting some no's. So I'm going to ask 2 people to explain why. I've got Stuart with a hand up, and then I'm going to ask Kate, and then I'm going to put you back in role again and ask if we couldn't just go back to how should the board trying something different in their first response. Yeah. What did they do wrong, Stuart?
I think they were setting off to defend their position. You know, condescending, pat on the head, this is really good, this is what we've done, and now tell me... They never answer the question. They could be politicians. But more importantly, it's almost as if they were getting themselves ready with the answer to say, this is what we're doing.
Excellent role-playing over here. Yes, exactly.
They're defending their position before they've been asked the questions.
OK. So I want you to stay in role largely. So you're getting criticism, and I want you to stay in the role of as I've asked you. But we are going to need to unpack this at the end, and Camilla is scribbling furiously. What do we do to make the board do something different? Kate, just quickly, anything else you want to add to that, or?
I think it's showing up, you have actually slid round the question, both of you, with the greatest respect. But I think we have to be more helpful to the board. We have to see them involved earlier so that they have a certain amount of briefing as to what we have been doing. We're putting too much pressure on you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you to think about another question, which is very, very harsh on Philippa in particular. I had so little time to think about it. Is could she have asked the question in a different way that would have been either made the board? I'm getting a shake already. Anyway, get back in your roles. I'll get back in my box.
Give me back the power. Come on. You can do it.
Okay, now back in roles, please.
That was in roll. Yeah, that was pretty much in roll. Yeah. So we've had a very interesting question raised. So we realise that these are difficult issues, but what we're after from you is a more genuine response, because we felt that the answer that you just gave us was more about defending what's happened in the past rather than telling us what might happen in the future. So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask Philippa to ask the question again, and it would be great if you could have another go at it. So can you give a mic to Philippa?
Many people who experience mental health issues aren't receiving community-based services, despite all the talk and all the policies. They are often isolated, depressed and vulnerable. What can NHS England practically do to ensure that this changes, and to ensure that services can become flexible, respectful and responsive and reach the people who need them? And how can these services be truly co-developed, co-designed and co-led by service users?
Thank you, Philippa. One of the things perhaps we should mention that NHS England as an organisation, mental health is one of the key programmes of work that we have in place right now. We have actually worked with other agencies to try and get about some of the issues that you flag up. Specifically, we're working with the commissioners, the CCGs, and we're also working with some of the trusts and foundation trusts, because the issue of mental health actually manifests itself in a number of places. And one of the key things would be early diagnosis.
Jargon. Sorry, can you just explain manifest?
Oh, okay, it presents itself in a number of places. And one is about how we diagnose it early. At other GP practice, or when you go to the acute trust, for instance. We are working with some of these acute trusts so that they can actually help move patients into the community to care. But clearly, it's not going fast enough or quick enough. So probably the points you make are things that we will take back with us and try and work with other parties to resolve for you.
I was going to say, Philippa, do you feel that that's a good answer to your question?
I think, in essence, the question is saying that things aren't working at the moment. So we're not here to find out what currently exists. We're here to find out what can you do differently. That will really make a difference.
So I'm going to offer Joe the chance.
I understand that. Now, I think probably what's the most important things? What's the most important things really to patients? First of all, it's do they have better access? Secondly, are waiting times getting better, and will they get better? And is there greater choice? And I can assure you that on all three of those, not defending what's happened in the past, although, but specifically in the future, we've got at least 3 options for actions and waiting time standards that have been developed, and they've been they've been costed, and they will come on stream. We have a final preferred option, which we published in October, on resources and cash. And that's been agreed, and that will be implemented in the next 12 months. We've got an implementation plan, which is only produced in December. That is in the process of being implemented now, and that will come on and speed next year. And also, we are introducing a new, fully accessible right to choice in mental health. So I do want to assure you there are things we have got in place. We have money on access, on waiting times, and on choice. And I very, very much look forward to being able to speak to you in a few months' time to be able to show the outcomes of that, and I hope that addresses your concerns.
So I'd like to open this out a little bit wider to other participants in the Assembly, because I think we've been spending...
Sorry, Catherine. Sorry, can we just stop you there for a moment? There was someone from
Cambridge who asked what CCG was, and I think Clive wanted to say something too.
Well, yes, that was the question about the jargon, but I'll let you carry on, and then I'll come in with some comments from East of England, if I may. Thank you.
So on the jargon busting, CCG is a clinical commissioning group, the people responsible for spending the money. Now, so I wanted to open this out a little bit more. We've spent the last day and time before that working through this question. So what you're seeing here, so actually we're aware of many of the initiatives which you're talking about. These are not new ideas to us. I think that what I'd like to ask the room to offer is some of the practical suggestions that perhaps we think would contribute to the agenda that you're talking about, but would actually meet our test of being practical things that could be taken away and done right now. So does anybody in the room? So I've got Jag, and then I've got Stuart, and then I've got James, and then I'm going to come back. So I'm going to take 4 questions, okay?
So I would have liked to hear that currently we are doing X, Y, and Z. We're investing in psychological counselling services. We've put 5 billion in that. Is it delivering to what Philippa is saying and what the public voice is saying? Clearly not. So what are we going to do with that model? And some commitment that you're going to speak to the clinical commissioning groups, the NHS Foundation Trusts that provide mental health services, the community services, to see what they're currently doing. Then I would have liked us to say, we're going to pilot with you as an assembly what the model should look like. How can we get your time to make changes happen? I'd like some strong words of empathy from the panel to show that you understand mental health. If Philippa was a service user, she would not be impressed. So something about we can relate to the issue of mental health, a bit more stronger perhaps, would be helpful. And something about you not being risk adverse. You know, you're happy to take a risk, you're happy to challenge the system. We know we invest in hospitals, but we need to do more in the community, because community-based services are effective and are, useful.
So Stuart, then James, then Clive.
I think what concerns me and the organisations I work for are related to access. Much of the mental health conditions are within what we would call the hidden communities, the hard-to-reach communities. And to give you an example, 75% of all people that attend GPs' practices with depression and anxiety are women. 75% of all suicides are young men and men up to the age of 40. So they're not going to their GPs, and it's about access and including those people. So what are you going to do at the lowest level, which is your GP practice, to ensure that we now reach out into the communities to bring those people who are from the hidden communities, the depressed, the poverty people, all those groups, and especially men who commit suicide, what are we going to do for them, and what are you going to do to get them to see their GPs and other practitioners?
Sorry, I'm aware that grouping 4 questions was a bit harsh for you guys. So, okay, all right.
There's 2 points, mainly. When you talk about what you've just talked about, what research have you done on the NHS mandate, and where did this strategy come from?
Brilliant. Yeah, good question. And then to Clive and the whole of the East of England. Hello, the whole of the East of England.
Hello, Leeds. Okay, so just to bring in a couple of points and suggestions from East of England. Picking up points actually already been made about GPs. The point that East of England have made is that there's a problem with GP training. GPs are there on the front line. They are seeing people, if you like, at the primary end of care, people with acute needs. They're the people who are best placed to signpost support patients into the right support for their mental health needs. So addressing GP training is a key issue, and an associated point to that is how can the CCGs, the clinical commissioning groups, also help make that happen in primary care. So that's one point from East of England. The other point that I'd like to bring in is nicely controversial point. Why doesn't the NHS take over the whole pathway of care for mental health so that there's no split between health and social care? And if I could, because the comments that are coming through on sort of Twitter to me from East of England are slightly delayed to the room here, if I could just make a quick reflection on the role play bit earlier. East of England also felt that their initial responses from the board were patronising and defensive. And there was a comment about perhaps a more sort of question and answer type approach. And I take from that comment that it's perhaps a bit more of a back and forth dialogue between the room and the board, and that started to happen with Philippa's follow-on question just a moment ago. So that back and forth is a dialogue between the room and the board is a way of improving this process.
Okay, that's great. So what I'm going to do now is I've captured those questions, I think. I'm actually going to take that advice and I'm going to ask the board if there's any questions that they would like to ask the room. And then we can return to the board to answer some questions while you're thinking about the questions that they've posed to us as well. Is everybody happy with that? Okay, so I'm going to start with Olivia, a woman filled with questions.
I'm still excited as well. So my question, and I'm really interested in this, is, so there's a massive training issue, there's a massive issue around stigma, which connects, I think, with people seeking access, so men in particular. And there's a question for me about integration and control, so the role of personal health budgets as a way of connecting up services. And I just wonder if people have explored any of those things in the places that you come from. So I'm particularly interested in the sort of the integration piece about, we don't have a system at the moment that where we can commission along a pathway, and the legislation sets us up so that we have different commissioning bodies commissioning different parts of that pathway. And I just wonder if there's experience in the room about that potential approach through personal health budgets or similar, where we could be connecting up around that pathway, around a whole person's package of care.
Brilliant. If you could pass that out. So if in the room you could be thinking about if anybody has got experience of that commissioning across a whole pathway, or those points that Olivia made about training or stigma, or actually how do you give people control over their own services, we'll be bringing some questions back on that in a second.
Okay, well, I've picked up there's some frustration here in the room with what I've been saying. I think I think the frustration is partly two-way here, because obviously I'm here what some of your concerns are, and they're shared with us. What I'd like to ask you is obviously, clearly, we're not communicating better. We need to communicate better what we're actually doing. And I'd like to put across to you, you obviously are the people who understand this, and you have networks on the ground. How best can you help us communicate what actually the board is doing to reassure the people that you represent and everything else? So that way around, everybody can get a win-win.
Okay. I think I'd like to note on behalf of everybody is that until you reassure everybody in this room, you're not going to be able to use their networks to reassure them on your messages. So I think that's where we'd want to start.
One of the areas that we've made a lot of investment is around GPs and GP identifying psychosis or mental health illness at the point of contact. And I'll be interested to see from your perspective whether this is actually working or not. Because one of the things that GPs are supposed to be doing is looking at what they call talking therapies and all that. And is this happening in practices? Because this is one of the things we've been encouraging them to do, to try and diagnose mental health illness at the point of contact with the GP service.
Brilliant.
I'm just going to step in again, although I've been told metaphorically only. If I keep moving, the camera has real trouble, so I'm not actually going to step.
Sorry, some jargon, metaphorically.
Okay, explain metaphorically, will you?
Oh, God, do I have to? Oh, no. I was the one, this jargon buster post has got to go.
Metaphorically is when that you create a story about something that illustrates the thing that you're doing. So he's saying well arguably not, but then that's librarian talk.
Okay, so I will get back. I was so glad, but thank you, Huda, for picking me up on that. So
with such relish.
I'm just wondering whether you feel the interaction has changed, and I'm interested if it has, what you think has changed, and if it hasn't, what you think needs to change. I'm just going to take a couple of people who haven't yet said anything or not. I've got one at the back, Jason. Sorry, Jason, I may not being able to step around, metaphorically or otherwise.
I'm really struggling with this, because I don't feel involved in this at all. Quite frankly, I've just spent 10 minutes drawing on a bit of paper. This doesn't feel like anything that's different to me from a conversation that you could have at any time, about any place, about anything. There is something for me around, if this is an open, honest dialogue with NHS England about how things feel, then having you sitting on a platform where we look up to you is quite distracting and quite dull. And there is something around the fact that the whole question and answer stuff isn't really a conversation, because there is something around how together we start to talk about the issue that we've raised, all that work that we've done beforehand, metaphorically, around the evidence base, around what patients think and say, and about how we present that to you through a conversation, rather than... Because what I can see from the panel is, the question is asked, and I can hear the thinking. And to me, hearing thinking means not listening, which is why I feel some of your responses are almost, this is what the policy's, So actually part of me is thinking, coming to this assembly, having spent a day working this up, having travelled 255,000 miles to come here and stayed overnight in a dodgy hotel, actually I wonder if I've got an anytime ticket and I can go home. And I'm somebody who's normally quite engaged, and I have to say at the moment I'm slightly bored rigid. Sorry.
No, I can feel it coming off you all in waves, actually, which is that now, and partly I think, I'm trying to keep some formality because I'm imagining 250 people. But actually, we're losing something, aren't we? Because it doesn't feel like a real conversation.
So, I don't think we can radically change the format now. But what I do think you should be doing is thinking, you now understand how the assembly meeting process is going to happen over 2 days. What should this final moment look like? Do we need this moment of what I've been calling theatre, or can it happen differently? So we're thinking about that as we're carrying on. Catherine will do what she's doing brilliantly to make it more interactive. I'm going to quickly come to Anthony, who wants to say something, and then we'll go back into roles again.
Okay, I think that, like others have said, this feels like an audience with the board, and it ought to feel like the board is having an audience with NHS Citizen. And also, the board are being very bad at trying to fix things. They are doing what my wife, who I love very dearly, always criticises me for, which is trying to fix a problem rather than hear a problem. And so I think one of the things that we need to get away from in terms of flipping the dialogue, is to make sure that we're not only focusing on, I feel I have to defend, I'm in junior minister mode, I feel I have to come up with either a solution or something that will make you go away only slightly grumpy.
I've got two people who are very keen. I'm just going to bring in Dawn and then Joe, and then I am going to go back into role.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, it's like you're saying, this is just so totally artificial, because you haven't got an answer, because you don't know what the answer is, and it's not been discussed properly. We don't know what the answer is. I mean, basically, you've got an issue of trust on so many levels.
Remember they're in role, though, Dawn. Remember they're in role.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, they're still not answering the questions.
Yeah. Go on, Joe.
Okay, so I'm going to let Joe, and then Graham.
We are partly in role. I absolutely agree. If you think it's pig boring for you, it's pig boring for us. It really is. Not only is it pig boring, it feels like we're on trial. What it felt like to me was, okay, the first question was, what exactly are you going to do about it? So my answer was, well, we're doing this about it. And then what more do you want us to do? Well, where's the evidence? Well, there's the evidence. And it was first of all, it's confrontational. and it was negative, and it was boring. Okay, but the other thing where I would think about the just in terms of going forward, you know, when we were talking about involving the policy lead involved thing, I think if we involve the relevant policy lead throughout the process before the board come, or even when the board come, all of this will be known by everybody, and it'll basically be okay. What positive can we agree then that together? And then what then happens is then the board come along, effectively to say, that's a really good idea, thanks very much. And you feel like you've been input and all of that. At the moment, it feels
okay,
like...
so, all right,
but the board have been a part of those conversations. So actually, you don't end up with the board sat on a stage in front of you. We end up with a collective conversation in the room where people are kind of co-producing what the future might look like.
Okay, so with people's permission, is that I know I'm going to set something up, and then because I want to give them a suggestion, and then I'll take the next couple of comments before we go back into it. So I'd like to restart, and I'd like to restart not by asking the question, but I'd like to restart by saying you spent the whole day with us. You've had some. We know you've had some conversations. You've been working in groups with people. We'd like to start by with you telling us what you've heard today. So we're going to try restarting the thing, but from that position. Is that okay with everybody? So you think about things you would have heard today, and then over to. Do you still want to? Is that still? Yep.
I'm not quite sure if this quite fits with your sequence, but I'm going to give it a go anyway.
Go for it.
I think in the spirit of this role play, there were a couple of steps that could have been done that would have helped this room enormously. Firstly, is we want some confidence that a fundamental question like this is not news to NHS England. This parity of esteem, I don't think we need to redefine it, is not new to you. And firstly, we need to hear that you are aware and have been looking into this in an honest way, and the answer is that you don't know at present how to tackle it, because that's the situation. The honesty bit is important. The next thing is that there are going to be things happening that we are not aware of as the public, and there's a big chance to talk to us or explain to us some of the steps that you are taking to put things right that we may not be aware of, but nonetheless need to be done in order to take the next stage. And that could be, for example, bringing out this issue of training and doctor training. The whole sort of timetable of that is to look at service provision as it stands and some of the gaps that you've identified and what you're putting in place to address that. It's also about perhaps dividing up and not taking on the whole of the responsibility of doing this, because you've divided the system up and given responsibilities to other parts of the system. Whatever. But I think if some simple honesty of we don't know, this is what we do know, these are the steps that we're taking, it's not the whole answer yet, I think would go a long way to getting the public on board. Because at the end of the day, I'm looking for a public that is helping you to become part of that solution and to create the spaces for us to be helping and contributing to that solution. So I think you can do some steps in this role-play situation to make the difference.
Because we've got limited time, I'm going to cut the questions. I'm going to try the restart, and then we can come back to the questions. Okay, so don't lose those thoughts, but we want to have another go at this.
So back in roll, basically.
So we're back in roll. Deep breaths. And of course, is that you've been part of some really interesting conversations where people have shared a lot of personal experience and how they feel about this, and you've had chance to do the same. So actually, we wanted to start this session by asking you to tell us what you've heard as you've been taking part in these discussions today. Who would like to go first?
So hearing people's stories has been hugely powerful, and I'm more interested in how we go forward from here. So I've heard that there really is still stuff going on out there that we haven't got messages through to yet. How do we start to work with you rather than doing it to you? Because all the conversations have been about us doing it to you. So, and there's something difficult in that for me about how we behave as a national organisation and our relationships with your local commissioners and our relationships with you. So that's difficult. I think something really important that I've heard about, it's fragmented across the system. So we've got Health Education England, we've got clinical commissioning groups locally, we've got clinical senates doing some stuff, we've got lots of different people doing different bits of this. It doesn't feel very focused. How could we work with you to give it that focus? And I think there's people in the room who understand that, and I think there's lessons that could be learned from different local areas that we could share better, and I want us to think about how we do that.
That's
Okay.
yeah. Yep. We're going to come back after we've had a chance to say what we've heard. We'll come back on some of the actions that might come out of this, but this is a chance for everyone to say what they've heard over the day.
Okay, well, I really wanted to thank everybody for the last couple of days, because I found it one of the most illuminating and, one level, shocking experiences that I've had. Obviously, you'll know that we can take decisions and we can allocate resources and all those sort of things, and that's what we do. And it would be all too easy for me just to simply sit up here and defend what we're doing. And simply give you a pat answer after you've spent all this time and all the effort, and it wouldn't enable us to both respect what you're doing, but also engage you. I could have sat and read out a brief. I could have given you the facts and figures. I could have said things are going to happen. I could have done all of that sort of stuff. But quite frankly, that just would have brassed you off. I've heard more examples here in the last 2 days by not sitting on a stand, but sitting and talking with all of you and what's the reality in your area. So I want to give you a commitment here about what we're going to do going forward, okay? I can help get the resources, and I can put things into plans, and I can do all of those things at a large level, but it won't matter a jot if the things aren't happening on the ground. So what I want to do with you, I've heard about what's happening in Cambridgeshire, I've heard what's happening in the Tameside, I've heard what's happening in the West Midlands, all of those problems, okay? I want you to tell me, once these things come through, are things changing on the ground? And if they're not, come back and tell me. And then as part of this process, I effectively am your shop steward on the board. So that's my commitment to you. So I wanted to thank you. Thank you for being so honest. Thank you for challenging us. I'll do everything I possibly can. And if I don't, then come back and by all means make my life difficult.
I echo the point made by our chief exec here. A key thing for us is that clearly things are not working, and there's some work to be done to make things better. But as a national organization, we cannot do it by ourselves, and we will need your active participation, active engagement to tell us how we are doing and how we will do it jointly, such that there's remedy for all concerned. And that is what we hope we can achieve today as a first step in moving forward.
Thank you. So I'd now like to open this back to the room. Is that you've heard what the board have taken away from the last day? What questions would you like to ask them to enrich that? Perhaps are there things that you think they should have heard that you were saying that they haven't heard? So I'm going to offer, because Tim's been waiting, and then Steve.
I'm first. Can I just say? Say the guy in the middle was so patronising, it was unbelievable. Second time. Yeah. Just now, I've never heard anything so patronising except from the House of Commons.
Okay, well, that's valuable personal feedback. In role.
I slightly disagree. I think we're getting more to the look and feel and style of what I hope this might be in reality. I mean, my comment is really that we're talking about a very medical model of looking at mental health, and nobody's mentioning. Somebody just mentioned you can't do it by yourselves, but you keep talking about clinical commissioning groups and the trusts and all of these medical organisations, clinical organisations. Nobody's mentioned local government. Nobody's mentioned the voluntary and community and faith sector. Nobody's mentioned how we can begin to work as a society to become less prone to mental health issues. Mm-hmm. And that's a big part of, we can do some things about services, and having access and good outcomes from services is incredibly important. But how do we, it's the stuff about mental health and well-being, how do we help people be happier in the first place?
So I'm going to go to Clive in a second. So I think in our conversations over the course of the day, I would imagine, is that there are some very practical things we can do right now, but we're also identifying a need for a bigger, longer-term conversation that we can't answer here and now. And so when we come back to you, we'd like your reflections on practical things we can do now, but also perhaps your ideas about how this bigger conversation about doing things differently could happen. So we're going to let you think about that. I'm going to go to Clive now, and East of England.
Okay, thank you. There's just some reflections on how it was like earlier, and some reflections on some of the more collaborative approach now. Just a comment about how the board were responding earlier. One of the comments from East of England was that it felt very lifelike. I.e., this is how it happens, and we recognise this. And then another comment, which sort of which was critiquing that, which was criticising that approach, and looking forward to the more collaborative approach, was that this needs to be a more collaborative discussion, conversation. One of the comments was that if it was done like we were doing it earlier, it will put back participation by years, this approach. And just a couple of other quick comments. There was a comment about this issue, like many other issues in the NHS, will need resourcing. Joe, are you the Chief Executive?
No.
I'm very informal with Chief Executives. Talked about money, but actually there was a comment from East of England saying that there are really difficult decisions about resourcing and about how we spend money. You've got a script there. And so the comment was, let's work together to try and solve some of these problems. It's not all about you saying, we've got the money, we can throw this at the problem. And one more point, in response to Olivia's point about connections, there are plenty of connections out there. So, for example, East of England Senate, like any other Senate, like all sorts of other groupings, will have a lot of sub-networks and associated networks that they're linked into. So there's a lot of networks that can be joined up here. And maybe that's what we're trying to do with NHS Citizen.
I'm going to make one last stop of role play, and then I'm just going to let it run to the end. And my question is, how does it feel to have people outside the room coming into the room in the way they are? Does it work for you? And I guess the question that will be interesting to ask the East of England Senate is it working for you? So how is it working, having the questions like this in a block? How are you feeling it's going? That connection. Are you feeling connected to the outside world? And are the questions working?
Does anyone got a comment?
Got to sing a few nods.
So Angie over the corner, then back to Tim.
Angie and then Tim, and then I'll put you back in roles and we'll go on for another 10 minutes or so.
I'm struggling to hold the questions and then understand which answers relate to the questions when we're doing 4 things at once. And I think if we were really, if there had been that listening exercise, there would be some examples of where it is working well in some places, a community mental health model, and we'd be able to feed in some of those examples. So I'd like to see some relevant connections of, being a bit more appreciative of but we do know that in Salford they're doing blah, would actually then maybe take the conversation on. So how could we do more of that in more places?
Okay, so I think totally my bad is that grouping 4 questions together is really bad practice. Don't let your chair do that. But it's also I think, because I've been noticing wall of comments, which is actually we need to start making the conversation visible in the room like we did in Exeter.
Yeah, so actually what I'm missing is having a palantypist or a speech-to-text reporter, so actually we could see the questions going up, so you can hold them, and then we can start to connect in and you can refer back to, but you've got a point of reference.
Yeah, so we need the speech-to-text typist isn't just there for accessibility, it's actually for everybody. Tim?
I think it's excellent that you've got people from outside who are observing and commenting and asking their own questions. I think in reality we would all have come to this exercise from a very different place. There would be technology, as you've just suggested, that would help us see each other, hear each other, capture what we're saying, and make sure that we're coming up to speed with it. But I think the answer to your question is yes. This is starting to me to feel are useful.
Brilliant. I've got Atu, is this have you got a process comment, or are you back in role? Okay. So Atu and then Sasha.
Yeah, I just thought I'll give a broad feedback on this second questioning exercise that we went through. Actually, it felt more collaborative this time round than the first one. The first one felt like, how come you haven't done this? and the second one felt like, actually, we were talking. We heard you out, and this is what we think we heard. And so this is what I think we need to jointly do. And I think that was more, for me, it gave me a collaborative approach to problem solving, rather than telling you what I've done.
Okay, I've got a queue building. So Sasha, she's been really patient, so she gets it next, definitely. And then Clive, and then you, then you.
I think the second time round did feel better, but I still feel there's a divide in the room. You're up on there, and we're all looking up at you as though you're going to give us the answers and solve everything, when actually all the answers are over here. And we should be having a joint discussion. And hopefully by this point, we'll have all seen the evidence. We'll have all seen some of the discussions that are happening. And at this point, we'll be working together to say, well, this is what's happening, and this is what finances we've got, and this is what we can do now to address some of the issues that are coming up and the questions that are coming up. And we're working on that together. And that would look different, and it wouldn't feel like, it's you and you're kind of bestowing the answers on us.
Okay, so we are clearly parking the fact that this physical space, this traditional space, just doesn't work for what we're trying to do. Okay, Clive, and everyone wants to talk.
Just a point about sort of how this is working in terms of bringing in the East of England voice into the room. So a tweet by Andrew Spong, I hope I've pronounced Andrew's surname correctly, questioning, he's asking, well, where are the messages that are coming from East of England to the room? Where are they appearing? Because I'm just announcing them into the room here. That's a very good question. So to answer the question, I'm actually communicating with East of England mainly by an app on my phone, a messaging app called Viber, but it's a messaging app. Also by some tweets. So that's a good point, because I'm getting some of the messages privately, so no one else has seen those messages come into the room, and I'm just relaying them into the room. So that's just a technical point about how we communicate with external audiences. So, should we be having a public discussion board? And I know we have that facility on the website to do that. Maybe that's how we should take this forward.
So we're going to be testing some of that stuff with the open house. So we're going to be testing more of that better physical connectivity. I think it's a really good point. Now, Olivia. Go on, Olivia's got to speak. She can't. She's tweeting.
I'm sat here tweeting.
She can't be on her own
won't
camera
let
and
me
tweet.
speak.
Okay, and Camilla's desperate, but Dawn was too. So
I've got the microphone. Ha. So actually, this is deeply uncomfortable for me. I think all of you that know me, I don't work in this way at all. I want to be sat down there. The hierarchy that we've created, and with all due respect, Joe. Actually, it was a very them and us response. Even the second time, it was still doing two people. It wasn't talking about how do we do this together, what is it that we can collectively do, how do we build on the passion and the experience and everything that's in the room. And actually, it's a very real response that we know we get. So this feels deeply uncomfortable. I really do want us to think about the format for the Assembly in terms of the staging of it, in terms of level access, in terms of how people are sat together. So does the board, to respond, need to be sat as a board, or can the board respond from where it's sat in groups of citizens where it's been having those conversations? And there's something that... Now, I know the response from the board will be they need to be seen. They are in important roles and they need to be seen. But I think there's a question about how we might model something really quite different.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're all going crazy. Dawn, then Camilla.
And then I'm going to propose a process point, which is actually we stop the test now, because I think we've hit the end of the format. What we're doing is we've hit the end of the format.
And we're starting to reflect.
And now we need to actually create a new format that will work. So my proposal would be we take these 2 points because they've been waiting. And then we actually stop for quick coffee, and then we come back and we productively work together to say, well, how do we make this moment, or do we even need this moment? I've got a question about this, so I'm going to hold
Okay, so Dawn and then Camilla, and then, I can't resist Philippa as well. You as well. So 3 questions, and then we're going to have a cup of tea.
Yeah. My point is still carrying on with the same thing, which was there was no passion, that there was no desire to move it on. It was just, as we found before, you're there, your little bit of a conversation, you work into a script, don't care what your opinion is, don't want to know, and that's how it felt. And I think so many times it's the way it does feel when you meet some of these people who are higher up on the board, because they haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
Not my view, anyway.
So I just thought it is so valuable to try things that don't work. And so firstly, we'll get into this, but thank you so much for your patience for letting us try something that didn't work, because it's very clear what we're learning here, I think. Camilla.
It's interesting though, because it did work slightly better at Expo, and we had a similar kind of format.
That's true.
It's different.
Different space, totally
different
space.
stage, different place. It's worth those of us who were in Expo trying to remember. That wasn't my point. I think that what it throws up for me is that really difficult tension we have in this model about us as citizens holding at the NHS England board to account, and bearing in mind all those accountability discussions we had yesterday, what accountability means, feels and looks like, and wanting to have a really good discussion where people are open and honest and can really share their feelings and their failings in public. And I think we haven't cracked that one yet. I think that's the real difficulty.
I'm finding this difficult because I don't think that this can possibly work without the bits that lead up to this. Because unless the board has spent a day working with people on issues, actually forming some proper connections, then I don't think that you can have a collaborative conversation that we're trying to have. So there's something in it for me. I'm now reflecting. But, bad, breaking my own rules. You have the last word before we have a coffee. No, totally. Nobody else. Phillips gets the last word.
It's going back to the point that you made, actually, about the board being engaged, not just in the 2 days, but actually engaged in the process. And that sort of... I don't know how practically it works if it is this question idea that the Citizens Assembly feeds the questions to the board, whether there's another way of sort of doing it that links more into the board being engaged in the process and themes coming forward that are then collectively discussed and solutions found.
Brilliant. Okay, so we're gonna close there. Thank you so much. That is, as I say, it's like we've learned. That's really interesting, and we need to do it completely differently. Yeah. Good learning.
So I'm going to 15 minutes. Can we come back at 1:45? And can I just say thank you so much to the people who played the roles. They've all stepped in at the very last minute. Thank you to all of you for being so patient while we learn. East of England Senate. We're back in 15 minutes.
They're not like that at all.
Okay, for the last hour, we're going to do two different kinds of reflection. First of all, we need to really think about what we've just done together, which was a really fascinating experiment, and it was an experiment, and we want to think about ways to do it better. One of the things that we have been really interested in was related, Simon and I were talking about this point about accountability and discussion and collaboration. The original task for the NHS Citizen was that the NHS England board asked us collectively to create a system where they could be held to account in public, which is why we have been really thinking hard about this accountability issue. But that tension between accountability, which is what I was saying before, and collaboration is really strong, and it was very strong in that session then. And we would like to ask you a question. Is it actually compatible? Can we just think, as part of the reflection process, it would be really helpful for us to have your thoughts. Is it doable to have something where you hold a body formally to account, as well as have that kind of conversation that we were obviously all really looking forward to having, as one overarching broad question? The other bit is, have you got any ideas between you about how we could do this differently? It was clear it wasn't quite working. We're beginning to have some ideas. So the question is, what should the look and feel be like then if that wasn't quite working? It may not have been quite as bad as we thought, actually. And secondly, could you think about the different roles, so the roles in the board, the role of the chair, which actually Catherine took up really well. She took up, I want to say beautifully because I thought it was, but people might have different views, of course. So, yeah, but it could be different. It could be done differently. It could be done as a sort of formal chair, a speaker. There are lots of different ways. Could there be a different way for that role to be taken up that would help this conversation? Are there any other rules that we should sort of create or drop that would help us? So, 3 main questions. So I'll just reiterate the question. One is the overall, does accountability with a conversation work? Which is more important? The kind of look and feel and the different roles, reflections on. And if you could do it in your tables for about 15 or so minutes, we haven't got that long, and then we'll come back. Oh, that's my phone, no surprise. Sorry. Sorry about that. Questions? You sure? Oh, okay.
Well, there is one main question. There's been more credibility.
Oh.
There's been more accountability of talking around the table and getting things written down proper than all this was on the side and on the boards. It's a waste of time. The more we speak and discussing things proper to what you're saying we need doing, it'd be more fruitful, and then putting it into writing.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Shall we just? Is it all right to get on with those questions in your tables? And we will come back and we'll do some. If somebody can send out thoughts, and we'll go around each table offering different thoughts in turn until quarter past. Yeah, we did have a slide at one point. Is it still there? Well, they're slightly different. The first question: does accountability and conversation and dialogue work? Does it have to be either one or the other? How can we make it work? Something about the look and feel of how we can make it run differently. And what about the roles? That's the essential. Okay? Accountability and conversation, look and feel, different roles. Okay, everybody. It sounds like there's been plenty more conversation going on. Good. Even now, towards... I think Huda's going to... Where's she gone? There she is. There she is. Get in your place. It's going to write them on that wall, which we've emptied, for more things on assembly. And I just thought we could go around if each table can offer one on the first question, which was, is it possible, this is such a big debate, but is it possible to do accountability with a conversation of the...
That it is a credible organisation. And one way, well, the couple of ways it does that, or can do that, is by being very inclusive in the processes it uses to take decisions. The second way is about being very transparent about what those processes are and how we can all get involved in them and influence them. And a third way is by then demonstrating what they've done differently as a result of having listened and understood to what we've said. So absolutely, I think part of their demonstration of credibility is by having this kind of process.
I can't count.
Totally agree.
So we wondered if the word accountability is a bit of a red herring and we need to unpick it, and we accept that the accountability is given, and this is partly about understanding the responsibility. So we separate it out. Hello, I'm right behind you. No, I'm here. I was throwing my voice. So if we accept that it's a bit of a red herring, is it about really valuing
So we kind of, which mic do you want on? We kind of had it almost exactly the same conversation, but just to slightly say it differently because it helped me to think about it differently. Yeah. There's a difference between being held to account, which was what we were trying to do there, and being accountable, which is where you're recognising your roles and your responsibilities, and that then actually becomes a joint accountability. It becomes joint between the board and the citizens who've taken part in NHS Citizen. Yes. And that then leads you to a very different, more collaborative model, and it led us some thoughts about how you might do it. But,
do you want to offer?
Well, that you actually start off with a celebration of an identification of how the NHS and citizens have solved problems together, which is not kind of a, whoa, we've done great, but actually says, this is what the problem was, this is what we've done, and this is what we still have to do. And so you start the board off celebrating what's worked and identifying questions, then moving into more collaborative conversations, into problem identification and solution.
So it's not that kind of thing that we've always worried about, that kind of which really came up today, which was the kind of very, to use jargon, very binary. It's like you can't go anywhere. If I'm asking you a direct question, you have to kind of feel like I have to answer it or do something with it. Yeah. Thank God, you've got good facilitation skills. Clive, I think.
Thanks for that. I think we agreed you probably could have both accountability and collaboration, but picking up, reflecting the conversation that Olivia had on the table over there with colleagues there, was around, it depends how you think about accountability. So there's softer accountability as well as sort of hard formal accountability. But I suppose the one additional reflection from our table, just to add into the conversation, was that the leadership, so your point about the board, the leadership within NHS England needs to really get this and buy into the idea of collaborating with citizens and working with citizens to solve problems. So this has to be a strongly led and strongly bought into from the top for that softer accountability as well as the collaboration to work.
And at the moment we have 3 board members who are very committed, we know are very committed, and we know that there are others who are probably going to be committed. I see Olivia nodding. We need to work on the rest, I think, to engage in this kind of process. And I think someone said it earlier, why aren't they here? We need to get them here. Yeah. We need that table to speak. Thank you. We need that table to speak. Does anyone want to speak from that table? Are you just trying to get Philippa to speak?
I think we talked about a lot of the stuff that's already been covered. One of the things is it's a process, and we need to make sure that people are involved, not just the leadership, but staff on the ground as well, and those that are policy leads or whatever else. I don't know if anybody else wants to.
Catherine wants to. I think Joe did as well, did you? Yeah.
But I think one of the
hang on.
No, I think. Oh no, I'm not. No, I've got a secret mic. I never gave it back. So I think one of the things we were thinking about is that some of your term about theatre at the end is that we don't think you need theatre at the end of the process. Is that then the last thing the Assembly needs to do is to kind of like reaffirm what it has achieved together and jointly commit to going forward.
Can I just ask, when you say the last thing you see, the final thing?
The final. No. So the final thing. So when it's been together. So 250 people in the board have been together for 48 hours. The last session is a celebration of what's been achieved and a commitment to going forward. It's not that kind of. It's not that. Now what you're going to do is you have to end in that feeling of collaboration.
It was just one thing, one idea, one sort of whizzy idea we came up with, which partly feeds into the discussion we're having there, which might, to avoid the question, well, where's the hard edge of this? Where is the accountability or anything, right? And Olivia might have an idea on this. What we thought was, if you get the timing of when it happens in the year right, if NHS England has either an annual or a 3-year planning process or something, you know, when it decides what are our policy priorities going forward, if you did it so that the Assembly takes place in good time for one of the things that come out of the Assembly to go into the NHS England policy priority plan or whatever you call it going forward. It's so at least a proportion of what NHS England is going to commit to look into, to do, to investigate, blah, 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 is determined by the Assembly. It's completely the other way around. Right. So it comes from the bottom up, our social movement, and throughout the whole process. But whatever are the priorities then for that the Assembly say, these are our priorities going forward, we celebrated what we've done this year, now these are our things we want to look at going forward. NHS England policy people would be involved in that anyway, so why not do it so that it's formally reflected, and that then means there is an absolute correlation where, and people can say, do you know, my voice has been heard, because they're looking at that, and then they'll come back next year and say what's happened as a result.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay. Did anyone? Was I right? Yes, I thought so.
I think one of the things that we've kind of take for granted is that the board are all powerful, and they are not going to be able to do some of the things that go forward. And we've got to understand when they give us the explanation of why these things can't happen or won't happen, then we have to take that on board. And I just worry sometimes that we're being confrontational. And it would be good not only to have the board members here, but the leads from the different stream who can actually work with the flag people to get the evidence. And you never know, we might be able to get through 20 flags in a meeting because we're getting explanation and we believe this. And we would like some feedback from the public about some problems we've got because we don't know what to prioritise. The day they do that, we've cracked it.
Shall we move on to the other kind of general questions, which we're kind of building out of this anyway? Did anyone have any thoughts about another way to do it, more another sort of look and feel for it, more specifically? Jason and then Tim.
It was no reflection on Catherine, but we got rid of the role of chair.
I'm with you. Get rid of the role of chair.
Because it might not be a 25-page strategy, but actually the ability to make a series of commitments as to what happen next, with the understanding that if that wasn't in 6 months or whenever, there would be called on it. So part of that accountability was about we agree a set of actions, and also the end became less around an action plan and much more around reflections and thoughts about the experience from participants and from the board, and that was the response at the end of it rather than a definite set of actions. Yeah. Some of our thoughts.
Yeah, brilliant. Catherine has a...
I just want to completely echo what you're saying about the chair. Standing in the role of chair is that this does not need a chair. This needs really good facilitation, which is helping the conversation flow. But I just don't... firstly, I don't think that somebody elected or chosen for the post is going to be able to manage a room of 250 people. It's just not going to happen. But actually, it puts very false power in one person's hands, which it just doesn't need. So, yeah, I'm totally with you.
So it was really to echo the points that have been made, really. One of the conversations we had is how do you change that conversation between it's no longer adult and child, and if you get co-production right, we have a different conversation there. So it isn't anybody holding anybody to account, we're all holding each other to account, which is surely where we will make the success of it.
Yes, absolutely. That's the citizenship bit again. So there.
Just reflecting on different forms of accountability, what happened earlier on reminded me of a parliamentary select committee, and this group should not replicate what Parliament does. There is a real role for somebody to go and sit in front of a group of MPs and be given a hard time. That's one form of accountability, but it's not the only form. So just thinking about the look and feel of the day, it got better as it went on, that experiment. I think there's much more needs to be done in terms of having the discussions, pausing, as we are doing, reflecting what we all think we've learnt, and then going back into discussions. Yeah. And I absolutely agree with you, Catherine, that at the end there needs to be that summary of what's taken place. And as long as we're always going back to the room to kind of to confirm and validate what the discussions are, I think that'd be very, very helpful.
Yeah. I agree with that. Simon, and then sorry, Clive.
I think I mic'd up as well. I absolutely agree wholeheartedly, totally. I do have a but, and it's a but following on from what Jason said, which is we commit to action. So I guess the board and others will commit to action, and then we can hold them to account 6 months or whatever the timescale is later. Just a question as to how that bit of, which is much more select committee-like accountability, would happen in the more collaborative arena that we're trying to create. So I'm not, definitely not asking to go back to where we were before, but just wanting, there is something in there that needs a bit of bite. Otherwise, the board, who do have more power than citizens, they have more budget, they have more resources, we do have to be able to hold them to account for what they commit to do to us. That's where the responsibility comes. How do we do that?
Can I just pass on some feedback from the East of England Senate about the process? When we just had our sort of reflection round table session, East of England Senate had a facilitated reflection about the role play in the process. So this is about how the sort of process worked or perhaps didn't work in all respects for them. I think their sort of overall take on how it worked from their perspective was that they felt it was worthwhile, but it didn't quite work for a number of reasons. And I think one of the comments that have come back from them is that they felt a little bit like they were second-class citizens in that we couldn't see them and they couldn't feed in directly to the meeting. They were being mediated through me and my comments. I didn't feed all their comments, and I was choosing which ones to feed in, and it was coming a bit delayed because they were having to sort of send messages and tweets. So it didn't quite work, and just some practical things about, they didn't quite hear the introductions of the board members, and so they missed some of the sort of stuff that folk in the room might have caught. But if you're watching online on a screen, you don't necessarily catch. So they felt it was worthwhile, and they I think enjoyed taking part, but it didn't quite work for them. So there's some sort of tech lessons for us there. And can I just switch screen? Bear with me while I switch back to Twitter. Thank you. I'm working on a smartphone, so I've just got the one screen. And it's just a quote from, if I can find it, from Andrew Spong, who's been watching on Twitter. And giving us some great comments through that. Just about the sort of testing this and doing this and trying it and see how it works and doesn't work. So he's quoted Samuel Beckett to the world, but to us as well. Ever tried ever failed, no matter, try again, fail better.
Were there any more comments from voices we haven't heard in this last little bit? We've heard yours. Are there any? No, you can stay quiet. It's the end of 2 days. Are there any other final comments of this bit? And then I'm going to, when we've done this, Leslie is going to take over. Olivia wants to have another go. She needs a mic. Sorry. Yeah, I can.
Thank you. So the one thing I wanted us to keep was we had a really good conversation about what we needed to do with board members, and I think we came up with a bit of a list.
Good.
It's quite a long list. I could go on. We ran out of time.
Now till September we've got.
So board members must be in the room. So they must be in the room for these conversations and these processes, and they must be motivated to be in the room. So something about their behaviours. So if they get in the room and actually they're a bit bored and they've heard it all before and they end up in the lobby and they're on their emails and whatever, they need to be in the room, be motivated to be in the room. We need to do a load of prep work with them, identifying very clearly what do they want out of this, what are their expectations, so that they can be shared and we can be honest about that. We had a conversation about pairing up exec and non-exec roles. So rather than ending up with an exec director in one group and a non-exec director in another group who you get quite different responses to, how do they work together? And also about bringing in directors and key NHS England leaders. So this isn't just about board members, actually that director tier, the management tier of how they enable things to happen, because they're the delegators, they're the doers who are actually going to take some of these actions forward. And we were just talking about planning in some board reflection time, so giving them some space within that 2-day process for them to group and gather around, okay, so what have we all heard? How are we feeling? Are there things we think we're concerned about, we need to act upon, that we can act upon, that we can commit to, but giving them some space to make them feel that is as much about their development as it is about this development.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to stop that now. And that was the end of the formal bit of the work you have done for the last 2 days. So thank you very much from all of us for having participated, particularly in that last bit. Because the 4 main facilitators and Olivia from NHS England have done quite a lot, we're going to ask Leslie from the Tavistock, who's going to come and help us, lead us through some just reflections on the day. I don't know what he's going to do with us. So I'm going to hand over him for 20 or so minutes. Is that all right?
To this whole day. How long have I got? 10 minutes. Oh, 10 minutes. 15. No, I'll take 5, yeah. Let's have a vote. 5 minutes, hands in the air. 10 minutes, hands in the air. 15 minutes. 45 minutes. Okay. Well, if we go for 10 minutes then, there's not really a lot we can do in 10 minutes, because I'll just share with you some of my reflections then. Okay? And then we'll see what you have to say. So over the 2 days... No. It's already being filmed, isn't it? Yeah. So over the 2 days, we've done a review of what NHS Citizen is. Then we had a look at how we create a culture that reflects how we want to work together in this thing called NHS Citizen. Then we had a look at what's changed since the last design workshop. We had 2 lots of open space sessions, where you had time to generate issues that you wanted to explore that the Citizens' Assembly could look at. And then we mapped out the next steps. At the end of that work, a few of us stayed on to rewrite the design document, and they worked into the evening. Yes, they did. And then they came back today, and we did the test of Gather and the test of the assembly. And here we are now to depart. So, for me, what stuck out, that's my northern accent, was good, isn't it? Is there are some real issues around relationships. And I think Olivia's point about it's not just the board, it's not just the citizens, but it's actually how do we get conceptually the whole system in mind. So everybody's got a role to play. Everybody has something to do from their particular place, wherever they're located in the systems. And I was in the group that was looking at the gather process in the refine and direct section. And what I observed was a group that was running away from its task. Now, and this is hard, because in the system, it's that bit, refine and direct, where you get to enact your power. Everybody's been talking about, where's the power in the system? NHS Citizen doesn't have any power, it's got no teeth, we want it to have teeth. The piece that has the teeth chose to try and keep thinking about all the other bits that weren't in the room. So what's happening at Flag? What's happening in Discuss? What are they doing in what's the word? They tried to create a new phrase for it. We want it to be focus. Everything bar making the decision that's in the room. And I think that replicates some work that we've experienced in other parts of the system when we had the senior managers gathering, where we've got the top tiers of NHS England feeling that the power was somewhere else. And so there's something about systems always replicating themselves in the way that they behave. So wherever you are in the system, what do we do with each other? And this, I think, is the accountability piece. What do we do with each other to keep us all accountable? So that we take some responsibility for the piece that we have to enact how we show up in this system. Because I heard feedback yesterday with some people saying, well, you know, in the discussions that we were having, I had to leave a room in one of the open space sessions because people were just talking over each other. They weren't listening to each other. And I think Paul, who I think is an excellent facilitator, actually, Paul was saying, and he's used the phrase a couple of times with this, being patient, being respectful, and giving each other time and the space that we need. And there was a conversation earlier when looking at both the test of the assembly, but also the first morning's exercise that Camilla led us through, which was really well designed to ensure that we had some flexibility with people having different conversations. People said, well, there were too many instructions and we couldn't really get into the conversation. Jimmy was saying earlier, well, let's just get on and really talk with each other. And I think, for me, what that means is the system does really want to find a way to speak and to think and to listen together in a collaborative way. But what that needs is time. And so when we think about the next round of events, we need to think about how do we punctuate the spaces so that people have long enough to talk, so they can get deep enough in some of the issues, so that we can then start to really let what needs to change percolate up to the surface rather than feeling like we're always on a canter. So those are some of my reflections. Exactly. Rather than 3 or 4 steps at a time. No. So that's some of my reflection. Of course, I have to say that I think it's brilliantly driven by the people who've got the drive and the dynamism, and couldn't say it enough, but Olivia and her team for the innovation that they've demonstrated in commissioning this work, in the way that it's been commissioned, and on the point of time, to give it the time to really co-produce. And I think all of you here giving up your time to come and to work together collaboratively is demonstration that there is real will and appetite in the system. So I think big congratulations to everybody. I'm in awe of you all, really. So, slow hand clap, love it. Anybody else? Any comments anybody like to share? No? Okay. Olivia, would you like to come and say a little something?
Thank you. I just want to reflect on these amazing records that are actually starting to bring to life in a real way. So thank you, Anna. They're fantastic. Anna will finish these off and we'll add to them and see if we can't work out how we add these to this very long document and the summary document so that we can put something out there that brings this a bit more to life. I can't thank everybody enough, both in this room, in the room in Cambridge, and people like Andrew Spong, who's quite frankly awesome, who are continuing on this journey with us digitally, and people are coming into the room when they can, but when they can't be in the room, they're connecting through the webcasting, they're connecting through Twitter and other forms. So please stay with us on this journey. If you can join us at a future one, we've got all the dates out there. They'll be around there on the website. Please do, but please stay in touch with the process as well. And we're really open to thinking about actually where do we need to go to test this? Where are the things that we need to unpick more? And we've got a lot of work to do before the sort of AGM thing in September. It's only slightly scary. So before we just descend into hysterics, we will be doing a kind of big live test of what an assembly might look like over a day as part of the NHS England AGM in September. So there'll be more on that, and it will be quite scary, and we need to think about what that looks like and how that's staged, and the learning from today is massive in informing that. So I want to say a massive thank you to all of the NHS Citizen team from all the different bits involved, because you're awesome in terms of the scribing and the capturing and the facilitating and the making sure that everybody is able to have a say. I really want to say a special thank you to Change People, actually, for coming and really contributing massively and pulling us up. And thank you very much. Go home, safe journeys to wherever you go back to, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.